Look at that. It came a little early. That's what Noe's girlfriend always says. Hello, everybody. You didn't even, you didn't even have the earbuds in for that one. Got him. You got to. Oh, how you doing, brother?
I'm pretty good. A little surprised there by the early entrant, but yeah,
No,
I'm doing good, man. How are
I,
you?
I am doing great. I'll be honest, not on purpose. I sometimes the one thing that sucks is so when I'm doing like this, what we're doing tonight, watching a game, I don't have the computer on the TV. I just have it over here to this side that I'm pointing at, and the mouse will sometimes just kind of stop over something, and you have to click it to move it, and it did that. I was trying to go move over to hit the Patreon, and then go.
Here we go! Buck, here we go! Here we go! Here we go! Here we go! Yeah, here we
The
go!
hottest team in the NFL goes up against the Detroit Lions in a game that a lot of people are saying is basically the playoffs have started. For those that might not be truly paying attention, the Detroit Lions are in a lot of trouble right now. Injuries, they've kind of backslid this year. Of course, we talk the Cowboys every week. Hottest team. They've won three in a row, two really quality wins. And it blows my mind. I didn't even realize it until this. They have basically been the national game of the week for the last 5 weeks in a row outside of a bye week in between there.
Yeah, that's a good point. They hosted the Cardinals in a blowout win for the Cardinals. They played at the Raiders in a blowout win for the Cowboys.
Two Monday nights.
Yeah, so back to back Monday nights with the bye in between.
Mhm.
3 o'clock prime matchup against the Eagles. Thanksgiving against the Chiefs. Now Thursday, Amazon Prime against the Lions. Yeah, it's been a lot of consecutive games of, and this is the tough stretch for the Cowboys. When we did our preseason, like how are the Cowboys going to do this season? I had them going 7-3 going into the game versus I believe the Eagles,
Yeah.
where I thought it was going to be the rough stretch, and then the Cowboys would finish probably 10-7, sneak in as a wild card. Well, they had a pretty rough start to the season. Let's just put it like that. But the key additions of Quinton Williams and Logan Wilson, with the health of Demarvin Overshone, uh, and it's just been good. Like the defense looks completely different. The secondary is getting healthy. They were never really a strong suit for the Cowboys, but just the fact
Yeah.
that they're healthy, the additions, the last 3 games, the defense has been playing great. Now, detractors will say, well, there's an asterisk there because the Eagles' offense has struggled. The Kansas City Chiefs' offense has been inconsistent, and the Raiders are the Raiders. So we really don't know who these Cowboys are on defense.
I mean, sure, but if I think one of the biggest misconceptions is the Chiefs because they're still top 10 in almost every offensive metric outside of rushing. I don't know what it is about Andy Reid. He just does not like running the ball, even though he'll have 32 backs. I think there's a big misconception on the Chiefs just because we all judge the Chiefs off of 4 or 5 years ago, 3 years ago, when they were, Mahomes was throwing 49,000 touchdowns and 50,000 yards and all that. And now that they're not, we keep going, well, what's wrong with them? I think they've just, you know, at times this year they look great and at times they don't. I thought for the most part they looked good against Dallas. I thought that was the one game that the new Dallas defense actually I felt played good. Not that they didn't play good against the Eagles, but Jalen Hurts, after a couple big plays in the first quarter, man, he disappeared in that Cowboy game.
Yeah, the Eagle game was just a tale of two halves. The Eagles played great for a few series to start the game, and then they kind of just fizzled out. And then how you saw what they did on Friday against the Black Friday against the Bears at home. Their offensive coordinator Patulu had his New Jersey home egged after that game. That just shows you how bad it was. There's been rumors that the Eagles players, his teammates, don't really care for Jalen Hurts and his decision making. Those are just rumors to me. I don't know if anything's been confirmed, but um, the offensive coordinator and the quarterback are right now under fire in Philadelphia. As a Cowboy fan, I kind of like it, but I think it's a little bit excessive if you're going to an assistant coach's house and egging him after a bad offensive showing.
Dude, this isn't high school or college. And by the way, we call it African American Friday in my household. sir. Um, it does kind of feel like Jalen Hurts is kind of getting that Russell Wilson reputation, where plays great. Don't get me wrong, but nobody ever really and it's so funny because both of them, from the outside looking in, you think these are leaders because they can win ugly, meaning they don't always throw for 300 yards. Sometimes they do it with their feet and they're gritty, but then you start hearing like Seattle players, and I'm talking about to a man, was like, yeah, he was a fine quarterback, but he was in no way a leader. Like he didn't lead the locker room. He never tried. And it kind of feels like maybe that's how it is with Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia.
Yeah, Tom Russell Wilson in Seattle makes sense. He was in his second year. They already had good veteran leaders. The leaders of the team were really on the defensive side. Then they had a solid offensive line. Then they had Marshawn Lynch. All those guys were, and Tyler Lockett at wide receiver. Those were the leaders of the team.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson was just a steady hand at quarterback that can make plays, and he was kind of one of the final pieces for Pete Carroll's success during that time period with the Seahawks. Um, Jalen Hurts, young guy, is I think it was his what was last season? His fourth year, fifth
Yeah.
year. Yeah,
50. Yeah.
yeah, finally broke through, won a Super Bowl. There's that classic picture of him with the Lombardi Trophy as he's sitting on the floor, just looking at it, just really proud and happy of like his career successes. He got a big contract last year, turned that into a Super Bowl. Uh, yeah, there could be regression, but I mean, we saw the same thing happen 2 years ago in 2023
Yeah.
after Shane Steichen left to go coach the Colts. They kind of just took a nosedive going the other direction. They started strong like they did this year. They went 10-1, and then they finished 1-5 to close out the season and allowed Dallas to sneak in as the division champs. I'm just seeing rinse and repeat. They promoted the wrong guy to offensive coordinator. It's just not working. He's not willing to adjust like Kellen Moore did last season, which landed him a head coaching job this season. So uh, I'm not sure what's going to happen with Patulu, but I think kind of what the Lions did, where Dan Campbell took over play calling duties from Morton, the offensive coordinator. I think I think Nick Sirianni probably needs to do that right now for the Eagles, for the Eagles' sake and for Patulu's sake, because it's just only going to get worse in Philadelphia.
Well, it also shows that, and look, I will say this: I like what Schottenheimer has done. He has, and you and I kind of felt he might actually end up doing better than what people thought. This feels like 2019 or 2020 all over again, where the new coach steps in the first year. It's kind of a back step, though. I think Schottenheimer has been better than Mike McCarthy was his first year. I think outside of Dak getting hurt, I think a lot of what hurt Dallas was Mike McCarthy's decisions. He was trying too hard. He kind of found his stroke in 2021, and we had that 3-year run. This kind of feels like they're on the cusp of that now. I don't think they're going to be able to get into the playoffs. They could win out and still not make the playoffs. That's the hole that they've dug themselves. And because the NFC is so top heavy, you just got a bunch of teams ahead of them with better records.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the problem. They're gonna have to probably win the division, and you could just chalk up what the Eagles have done the last 2 games to just a blip in their season. They could turn it around this week and then win the final 5 games, and the Cowboys are just out of the playoffs. Like as of right now, I'm pulling up the NFC standings. Well, if it ever pops up. But I think the 49ers have the 7th seed and they're 9-4. So that's how deep right now the NFC is. So right now the Cowboys sit at 6-5-1. Eagles are 8-4. More realistically, the 49ers will probably win in 2 or 3 more games. They have a softer schedule.
Yeah.
If the Eagles continue their slide, if they can't find their offensive identity, then I could see and the Cowboys go on a streak where they only lose one more game the rest of the way. I could definitely see the Cowboys end up winning the division. It's
I
a
could.
stretch right now.
But it's not improbable. I mean, again, this is such a mirror of 2023 for the Eagles. And I want to go back to what I was saying. I kind of got off track because of Shoddy. I think we realized Dallas made the mistake of letting Kellen Moore go. Not necessarily for his head coaching, but just as an offensive coordinator. We realize now, okay, he was maybe working with his hands tied behind his back by Mike McCarthy. And it helped the Eagles win a freaking Super Bowl. I mean, that in of itself is a bad decision. And honestly, him now being a Saint, I think as long as they give him a couple years, which I think they will, I think he's going to do good things there because I keep saying this: the Saints are not a good team, but they're not as bad as their record. They're a team now. They're a team that's going to have to go into a major transition next year. Really thought they were going to go ahead and do it this year, shed the salary cap, live in salary cap hell for a year, be bad, and then come out the end. But they keep trying to spin like they're a playoff team. So if they can stop doing that, I think Kellen Moore is going to do good things in New Orleans.
Yeah, kind of like what happened with the Patriots and Mike Vrabel. That they're going to have some cap space coming up here, and they need to just go ahead and maximize it. He's able to take this group of guys and stay competitive in most of the games this season. I
Yeah.
think that's what they were kind of looking for. That shows he's a pretty solid head coach. He can make chicken soup out of chicken. You know what? So I think there's something there with Moore, but he just needs more talent.
Uh oh.
What?
Uh-oh.
What?
They're talking about Sanders and the Cowboys. You know, they're gonna talk, they're gonna show at least one or two Monday night highlights from that game. By the way, intern Noe the Pro, before we start this Cowboy game, how are doing? What are drinking? As
I'm
Walter
doing.
Goggins makes a drink on the TV screen.
Oh, nice, nice, perfect timing. I am drinking bourbon. It's Green River Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. It's a single barrel, 63% alcohol, and you don't realize it's 63% when you taste it. It's very smooth. It has a slight bit of a bite. This is very dangerous, so I'll be taking it easy tonight. But it's becoming one of my new favorites.
That's
How about you,
cool.
buddy? How you doing? What you drinking?
I am drinking, and this is not a paid endorsement. I have not tasted it yet. I just saw it a few weeks ago, and it has a football shape. It's called Game Time Vodka. Again, I know I have I went after dark tonight, but it's a shape of a football. This was, I think, $18, $20 for this size. Not bad. I don't know what tier this would be considered. So we're gonna try it. In fact, let's have us a drink, and we'll tell you how good or bad Game Time Vodka is, or at least I will. Let's have a good game, buddy. Set,
Salute.
set the edge.
All right. What are your initial thoughts?
Tastes like vodka. Very
Okay.
clean. Well, I mean, I had gotten that. What's the Shiner vodka, and was so excited to try that. And that literally is the worst vodka I have ever had because it had a mash aftertaste that you expect with certain whiskeys, and I don't even like them with them, but at least I know it's coming. And for that, it wasn't, and it was universally hated by everybody that tried it. This is, I would say, on the par with Taka. It's clean, it's clear, it's smoothish. It's not Grey Goose smooth, but it's doable, and it's kind of cool to have the bottle and everything.
Now we gotta clarify. As far as Taka, it's Taka is smooth now. It was definitely not smooth years prior.
It's always been smooth. I don't know what you're talking about, Noe. All right, so give me your score prediction.
Okay, we were joking on our little chat, but so late breaking news: Amon-Ra St. Brown is actually going to play tonight. The
I
star
just,
wide receiver, huh?
I was just say, I just wonder uh, how effective he's going to be. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. With the leg injury, which he suffered in the Packer game on Thanksgiving, he left early. A lot of fantasy owners really did not like that, especially going into what next weekend is the final week of the regular season for fantasy football. I'm not sure how effective he's going to be, but yeah, late breaking news: Amon-Ra St. Brown, star receiver for the Lions, is going to play. The only other major inactive, there was a left guard or left tackle for the Lions that's not playing. Um, I think it's their left guard, Awosika. And the big one is on defensive side, the free safety Kirby Joseph. He is
Got
inactive.
huge.
And their secondary hasn't really been performing as well as you would expect, and with losing one of their best players there is just really gonna. Hopefully, it'll open up for as a Cowboy fan. I hope it opens it up for Pickens and Lamb. But yeah, my prediction. I'll go ahead with the homer pick. The Cowboys are on a roll. They won 3 in a row. I think they can probably negate some of Jahmyr Gibbs' effectiveness. If they can hold Jahmyr Gibbs to a little over 100 yards all purpose, I think the Cowboys win. I'm going to go ahead and say 28-24.
I I will admit, I always send you the articles. ESPN, they do a great cool thing where they talk to both beat writers of each game and they give their little score, and then the computer does their predictions. And it was split, and then on the Athletic, all of them went with the Cowboys. And I understand the reasoning, but look, I'm just going to admit it. I'm a Cowboy fan. Have you met them? They will either win this game convincingly and then lose to the Giants, or what I think will happen is they'll lose this game and it'll be a tough loss. But I'm hoping it's not like the Bengals loss where we're going to look back and realize that a good play, bad play might have kept Dallas out of the playoffs last year, basically, with the way the season was going. I think they lose tonight 28-27.
Okay, yeah, I could definitely see that. I mean, it's the Lions and Cowboys both need this win. Please don't let it end in a tie. Lions come in at 7-5, Cowboys 6-5-1. And like you said earlier, top heavy NFC. 49ers are in the last playoff spot as a wild card at 9-4. It's almost went out for both teams. Almost.
It's
But
Dallas could. I still think some things at the bottom will start. You'll see some of those teams kind of regress over the last 4 games of the season. Wait, 5 games of the season? I think you'll see some of those teams regress. Well, and some of them are going to play each other. So you're going to see, and somebody you're not expecting is going to lose 3 out of the next 4. But yeah, this is as close as you can get, mainly because you've just got this momentum. And you and I predicted this so well that we said you don't know if this will actually be the tough stretch we thought it would be. And I mean, it's still been a tough stretch, but if you'd have told me in in August, hey, you're going to beat Philly and the Chiefs back to back, what's your record going into Detroit? I'd have been like, holy crap, man, they're like 7-4, 8-3. No, because they couldn't win the games in the soft spot of the schedule. It's weird how my 2 teams, the Texas Longhorns and the Dallas Cowboys, kind of mirror each other on you've won the games you're supposed to, but then you lose the games you're not supposed to lose.
yeah, speaking of Longhorns, I was going back and forth with you on their chances of actually making it into the playoffs. I really don't see a way. I think they'll be one of the top 2 teams left off, but it is where they are. I mean, they lost to Florida, um, who made a new coaching hire this week. A lot of college big programs outside of Penn State made coaching moves. Good on them. I think Summerall, who's the offspring of John Madden and Pat Summerall, except no DNA, and Summerall is not Summerall, it's Summerall. I think he'll do good things with Florida. I think that was a good move for the Gators.
Yeah,
Oh, Cowboys wearing the blue.
yeah, they haven't really wore that a lot this year. I agree with you on all that. I will say this, though. I do think the talk of schedules and what teams are going to do might force the committee's hand to put Texas in, especially if Duke wins. And then you have the weird thing where the ACC will technically get a team in because Miami will make it, but they won't. The league champion, who is supposed to technically be the one to get in, won't make it because they will not be inside the top 12. People forget that part of that rule about the champions.
Yeah, so the rule is group of 5. Wait, this lady named Jennifer Bennett is posting on our chat. Honestly, I feel really disappointed in a tie. These are not little league games. Come on. You know what? I support that lady. She probably should get wiped up. Anyway, what I was going to say is, yeah, I think Miami, if Duke wins, because they're positioned at number 12. So, like, they're basically the first team that's going to go in if someone like BYU loses to Texas Tech on Saturday
Yeah.
in the Big 12 title game. Um, I love chaos. I don't have a favorite team, so this is just entertaining for me.
Yeah.
I want Duke to win, not because I hate Virginia. I love what the season they've had, but the rule is top 5 conference champions get in. They won't get buys, but they'll get in.
They'll get in.
So if James Madison or Tulane or North Texas are ranked higher, then Yeah, then Duke is not ranked, so yeah, if Duke wins, they'll probably slide them at 25 just for shits and
for
giggles.
winning.
But
Yeah,
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 but
they won't make the playoffs.
yeah, so there'll be two group of five teams pretty much guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. Which it's funny to me. I know they're gonna both get
Or
blown out,
Texas, or Texas takes one of those spots, and I
or
think
yeah,
I think with the schedule talk and teams openly saying like Alabama changing their schedule now, Texas, and what we're talking about is. Uh, and both are true. I want to make sure, as a Texas fan, I say this so people understand I'm not being a Texas homer. Both them losing to Florida and then them playing and losing to Ohio State has hurt them. The Ohio State one is the worst one simply because they didn't have to play Ohio State. If they'd have played a UNT, and I know UNT's good this year, but I'm just saying a level of that group, that group five and one. Texas is in with a 10-2 record, even losing to Florida, because they do have, and this is a very much like Alabama last year. They do have the best resume as far as beating top 10 teams this year. And so that would automatically get them in. So you're seeing teams, Alabama, I can't remember who it was. They've said, yeah, we're going to change our schedule. Why would we play a top 5 team in September when that could end up costing us the playoffs? This is that talk that the whole reason the BCS was started back then was because teams would not play each other in the what I call the non-district, the non-conference season. People forget how shocking it was in '05 that you had Texas and Ohio State, two top 5 teams playing each other in September because nobody did that back then.
it must be so hard for you because you cover high school, college, and pro to switch from district to conference.
That's why I just change. I do everyone the same now. Everybody's in district play till the playoffs.
But yeah, the one of the things Sarkisian said that I do agree with is what you just said. If you're going to punish Texas for playing a tougher schedule, then okay, we'll just course correct and play cupcake opponents in non-conference games and just load up for the conference game. So, to their point, I kind of agree with that. It does send the wrong message to these teams. I want to see Texas, Ohio State to open up the season. I want to see the best teams play each other. I love that.
Well,
Uh,
and when the playoffs got started with this format, that was supposed to be one of the positives is, hey, you don't have to be perfect. You can have losses. So test yourself early and see where you are and go from there. Now, again, in 5 years, none of this will matter when the SEC and the Big Ten break off and form a Super League. And it's happening, folks. And I'm not saying that just because I predicted it, though I have. It's happening because they're literally saying they're probably going to do it because they don't like the way things are. And once you do that, it'll be just like the NFL. In fact, I would really like for them to just become one league, 2 divisions, or 2 conferences, if you want to say it, and then do scheduling like that. The teams don't schedule anybody that you get 2 games to schedule the non two, if you want to still play at Texas Tech or whatever. And then the college football league schedules everything else and takes it out of your hands.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind that at all. And I could see some other teams joining, like you said, Texas Tech. They're becoming another power because they have the NIL.
Yeah, but that's a good one because this is why I thought about this doing a college show anyway this week. But man, it's just again Thanksgiving week trip
You
for the
got a
high
lot
schools.
going on, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah, I get it.
but I look at that Texas Tech team, and for the money that they're spending, they're not that good. They're Big 12 good. Like I in no
Oh,
way
I have to disagree with you there, man. They got some talent. They got depth
I don't
too, dude.
I don't say they don't have talent, but they're also feeding off the weak. I mean, the Big 12, as fun as it is not a good league compared to being in the SEC, being in the Big 10. Heck, I think the ACC might even be better. ACC. I hate that they have 2 leagues. One
Yeah, yeah.
ACC.
Atlantic Coast Conference, yeah.
I
ACC.
think
Yeah.
I think you can make the case that the ACC is better this year. And this is nothing against Texas Tech. I am 1,000% rooting for them. I would love for them to make a run in the playoffs. But when you really look at the Big 12 this year, the Big 12 is not good. Arizona State underperformed. BYU, okay. I mean, Houston, okay, sure. Let's just throw Houston in every time they win a game ranked, and they've had a good season for them. But when Houston played anyone better, they usually get their butts beat. Outside of, I think what they upset ASU in Arizona State, or was that at home? I can't remember now. Anyway, my point is, and I love Texas Tech for the money that they spend, though. they're going to technically get their value because they will make the playoffs. But you can make the case that they're overpaying for the talent they have. That's just my take.
I have no opinion on this only because I want to see them play. Because the two toughest teams they played were Utah and BYU, and they blew
Mhm.
both of them out. They 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 beat the teams on their schedule. They had the blip against Arizona State, and I agree. This is not the same Arizona State they were last year. They don't have Cam Scatteraboo, but they had Levitt. They had Tyson at receiver. They had that 1-2 punch. When Levitt got hurt, ASU kind of dropped a little bit. That's why Arizona beat them in the last game of the regular season last week. Uh, I it's not as strong of a conference, I will give you that. I still think they're better than the ACC. Uh, I Miami, SMU probably are the 2 teams I could say going against the Big 12.
Yeah.
Could probably beat almost everybody in there except for maybe Texas Tech. It would be a toss-up for me. I couldn't really tell you. But, um yeah, the 2 strongest conferences are the Big Ten and the SEC right now. But I could definitely see if once they eventually do that, a team like a Miami or a Texas Tech, maybe an SMU, they might slide up in there.
I really, really would love, and I don't think this will work because there will be some animosity. But I really wish if they do split off, they would work with the rest and do relegation because you could do that in college football. You can't in pro football. Everybody says, "Well, baseball." Man. You just really can't. Like you need another league. You can't and don't say, "Well, let's relegate the worst NFL team and put them in college." Dude, they would immediately destroy everybody the next year and be right back up. I mean, there'd be no point. And whoever would go up would immediately be 0-17. They would not win a game, folks. I don't care. Take the worst team in the NFL. They beat the best team in college football by at least 2 touchdowns. It's just you just want to go on pride alone. But then
How
also go ahead.
I'll say, how about CFL or UFL teams?
They're not good enough.
Yeah,
They're not
I
good
agree.
enough.
I
And
agree.
the CFL, though the CFL, I think the CFL is kind of trying to work its way to be more Americanized. They've changed a lot of their rules. Now they've kept a lot of the quirky ones, but like they're changing the field dimensions and they're doing a lot of things. And they admitted we're trying to be like more like American football. But in college, you could do that. SMU could slide up, compete, go back down if and it wouldn't be terrible. In fact, you would see what would happen, especially with the transfer portal. Okay, SMU gets up, well then boom, just like in soccer. That's the crappy thing about a football is relegation in the leagues that have them. This team will be in the second level. They will kick butt, get up to the first level, and then those players are not all of them, but you have to go for superstars or you have to go for EPL talent. So a lot of the guys that work their ass off to get you up there end up playing in different organizations in the next season. So yeah, if there wouldn't be too much animosity, work together. That would be so fun because, and you and I even had this scenario. All right. So in 2 Fridays, you're coming over here. We're going to watch a couple high school state championship games for the sideline to sideline, and then we're going to watch a college football game, playoff game, whichever one it is, for Outdrank the coverage. Now imagine if on that Friday it was that one playoff game and they started at 4 p.m. and then at 8 p.m. is one of the relegation games. Loser goes to the net bottom league, winner goes to the top. And if you really want to have fun with it, make it double. Make it like this. Say, and I'm just throwing a team out, folks. Rice. Rice is playing Texas. The winner of that, they're both in the big league. The winner of that then plays the best team in the second, and the loser of that stays down, and the winner goes up. That would be intense. I mean, that would be free. I think some of those games would get better ratings than the playoff games.
Yeah, because it's brand new, it's fresh to especially American eyes. Uh, I would love that. That's a great idea, dude. You definitely should make that a short.
Yeah, we do. We need to make that a short.
Yeah, that's something that's a great idea. I love the idea of that. Because it gives some eyes on those teams that are struggling. And it's good for recruiting. I actually think this is good for recruiting. I think it would actually help these teams. Hey, they got relegated, but they'll be probably one of the better teams in the second tier group. Let me just go there. I have some, a questionable past. They'll probably take me just because they want to get back up into the top tier. Yeah, I like it.
Wow, Jalen Carter has been ruled out for the game Monday against the Chargers. So the Eagles down a man in what has become probably, I legitimately feel a must win for them. Now, technically, again, there's still a couple of games over Dallas. That tie is sometimes that tie works and sometimes it doesn't. It's gonna be. We can talk about them losing to the Cardinals and that sucked, and losing to the Panthers, and even though the Panthers have a decent record, it's going to be the tie that keeps Dallas out, I think, of the playoffs. But they're just if the Eagles lose again, then I think you're right about 2003, 2003, 2023. I think we see, and it kind of would be fitting because once again, nobody has won back to back NFC East titles since 2003, 2004. And it feels like whenever teams get to that finish line to be win it a second time, something happens in the back half of the season and it goes.
Yeah, and
Let's take a shot.
okay.
I'm going to make you drink. So because you're drinking 63% proof, we
Oh,
are going
you
to
you asshole.
we're going
Okay.
to take a shot for every snap tonight.
Every snap. So the show's going to end after the first quarter, is what you're saying? Oh, Raphael's asking, "Are you guys excited about the Cowboys Lions face off?" I'm excited. I
Oh,
think
okay,
this is
man.
both teams are desperate. I feel Dan Campbell is going to go for a record number of fourth down attempts.
And
Here's a kickoff.
yeah, and also this has kind of become a little bit of a rivalry. Of course, 2 years ago, the famous what did he did he tell the referee he was in as a legal pass catcher or not? That was a wild game. That just back and forth. Both teams' offenses were flying, and then last year Detroit kind of not only put it on a battered team, but then kind of started messing with them, throwing to the tackle eligibles a couple times, and just having fun with it. So I think this has kind of become a rivalry.
Yeah, I kind of like how Dan Campbell was a little getting his little revenge the next season. I like stuff like that. I mean, it
How is
was
that revenge, though? Seriously, people talk about that. Like I was watching a video, and I meant to send it to you on the Cowboy Niners rivalry in the '90s, particularly '92 to '96 or '97, because that was the thing they point out. People forget there was a really good game like in '97, went to overtime. Cowboys ended up winning out there. Kind of in a crappy year was a bright spot. But anyway, how did he get his revenge? They were 1-1. Dallas won the year before. Detroit won that year. Oh.
I think it's incomplete.
No. I'm happy about the just getting a
Oh,
pass
the
rush.
pass rush. Yeah,
And
well,
where's that
it, it,
pass rush coming from, Noe?
was it coming from up the middle?
It was up the middle.
My favorite way of getting a pass rush. Yeah.
There you have it, man.
Yeah. They were trying to do a screen. It just quick. Great
Very
job.
quick. But anyway, so they were talking about that, and they were like, "Yeah." And then San Francisco finally got Dallas, and third time's a charm. And I'm like, you still lost two of them. Like you still lost two of the title games. You didn't clear the records. You just got one, and that's good. I'm actually glad for I didn't. Of course, at the time I wasn't. Oh man, that
He
sucks,
slipped. Yeah.
dude. A slip, and that's why I love the sports. A slip just caused a 25-yard play. I don't even know who that was. Was that Houston? No, it wasn't Houston. That was 52. Maybe it was 53.
Yeah. Gibbs with a big gain. This is the guy I was telling you that they're going to have to really key on. I would not be surprised if they have a particular player like Overshown spying on him because Jameer Gibbs is a difference maker for them, especially this season. Jameson Williams is still inconsistent. I know very well because I have him in one of my fantasy football leagues. Some weeks he'll get 0 points, and other weeks he'll get me over 20. It's just how it is. So I'm on Raw right now. He's a little banged up. Gibbs again.
I
Uh,
know Gibbs again, and he's doing an amazing play, but the pass rush for Dallas is back there every snap so far.
I hope they're not being overly aggressive and not, paying attention to technique and looking out for the reads because
I mean, this is. I
If
mean, you're doing your job. Look, I mean, look, they're getting right in the face. That's your linebacker again. Anthony Murray or Kenneth Murray
mm,
getting too much depth at that second level. When you got a guy like Gibbs who came into the game with 51 catches, you can't have that much depth. You've got to be aggressive. You got to treat him like a wide receiver when he leaks out and turns for 5 yards. Because just like there, he's going to then take that 5 yards and run for another 20.
I'm getting tired of the Cowboys bad starts to start every game. It seems like they're not. They almost like they feel like they need to be punched in the mouth in order to respond.
Yeah, I agree. The defense, even as they've gotten better, they seem to suck the first drive or the first quarter on here. Oh, by the way, uniform game. This is a 10. This is
I
an
do like the
absolute
Lions all white at home with the blue end zone, and then the Cowboys with the blue, which I typically don't like because of history, but it matches well. I like it.
yeah, it looks really good together. Detroit
Good
needs
good
to
stop.
wear this look more.
Yeah, they typically. I hate when they wear the black helmets with the lion because the lion is not like bright enough.
Yeah.
It's always like dark on dark, and I always hate that look. I like the Houston Texans when they wear their alternate red helmets, the metallic red helmet with I think it's like a blue outline. It's just like dark on dark. Like I like the design, I just hate that the color scheme.
That's Grant's favorite porn. Dark on dark. As we talked about, this
And
pass rush has been in the backfield all drive. I almost said all game. Technically, yes, but all drive long and shots. Oh, I got to get that. Well, it probably get knocked over by YouTube, but I need to get shot. Maybe if we sang it and I recorded it, we could do it like that.
or sip, 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 sip,
Hey,
sip.
honestly, bourbon, you don't shoot it anyway.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Cowboys hold it. Lions get the ball to start the game, hold them to a field goal. This is good. Better than a touchdown.
I just worry this feels like one of those games where the offense won't struggle because I don't think the Lions, especially without their stud safety, I don't think they're great. But this feels like one of those games where there's going to be a turnover or two at just the worst time type of game. And again, maybe that's just my jadedness of being a Cowboy fan.
I mean, you and I have seen it, so stuff like that does happen when it's the Cowboys.
We're,
They
we're,
have Aiden Hutchinson,
yeah.
all-world defensive end, great pass rusher for the Lions. Uh, guess we'll just see. I mean, the Cowboys are going to be without Tyler Guyton, the left tackle. So hopefully Tyler Smith and Cooper Beebe and Booker and Terrence Steele can pick up the pieces. Maybe they do a lot of rollouts to the right. They don't. I'm pretty sure Aiden Hutchinson is going to line up on that. Whoever the left tackle is going to be tonight, Brock Hoffman or Nate Thomas. Uh, that'll be a matchup nightmare. So hopefully whoever the left tackle is tonight, they get some help with the tight end, Jake Ferguson or Hunter Lepke, that's fullback, or running backs like Javonte Williams, just chipping on them, just making sure they get some protection.
Okay, we got to talk about the elephant in the room with Trayvon Diggs. Like at this point,
I'm gonna drink to that.
like I'm legitimately worried about like how bad was this injury, whatever it was, and it probably was a benign thing, probably something stupid, but like quarterbacks, Tua has not sat this long after one of his 47 concussions. What is this the Cowboys not wanting to play him? Because he was very, very not happy with a lot of the schemes. And I'm not saying he's right or wrong, but you don't go to the media. I mean, you don't go to the media and do that, even if you're right. And I just kind of wonder, everybody already talked about, even if he had a great year, next year he can be a June 1 post June 1 cut, saves them money. So does it feel like maybe they're just like, hey, we don't need you, go hit your head or something.
Yeah, because he's on the IR for something that happened at home.
That
So I
caused the
don't
concussion.
that caused the concussion. Schottenheimer knows what happened, but he's electing to let Diggs reveal what happened to the media. He hasn't revealed anything.
I think that's kind of how, I mean, with HIPAA and all those weird rules, I think that's a lot of that. Just Schottenheimer really can't unless Diggs was to give him express. And it's, I don't think it's anything like weird or like shady. I think if it was, we'd know about it by now. You've got eyes and ears everywhere around stars and athletes nowadays. So if it was something weird, like you have to worry about, like did he commit a crime or something? I just think he cracked his head. But why is it taking 6 weeks, man? That's the weird thing about it.
My whole thing is why not say it if it's not a big deal? And now with the improvement along the defensive line, we could really use someone like Trayvon Diggs in that secondary. Revel Jr., he's been really good these last 3 games.
Dude, he's got a future. I think he's the reason why next year they might be like, okay, Diggs, you're gone. We've re-signed Bland. We like him. Bland's solid. Again, people got to get over this whole shutdown corner. That's just not a thing anymore. Even great corners will have a 2 or 3 game stretch where they get beat. It's just the way the game is played. And then again, figure out. I think the biggest thing for Dallas next year, especially if they decide to keep the 3 interior guys, is they've got to get linebackers. I mean, the Overshown's nice, but man, Kenneth Murray is just. And I thought he was going to be a good signing, but he's been terrible so far.
Yeah, you and me both thought he was going to be a great signing. He's fast. He
Oh,
had a great career with the Titans. Hey, first down Cowboys to Pickens, Dak
dude,
to Pickens.
Pickens is like Gumby. Like he always falls weird and then gets up like nothing's wrong. The Lions guy is so hurt that both the Cowboys are pickings them out. But
Okay, I see what you did there.
but yeah, have you ever noticed that it's like back when Emmett used to fall. You just kind of hold your breath because it looks like Pickens blew something out, and then he just stands up like, "Hey, I'm good."
Emmett was so good at never getting just lit up.
Yeah,
He was. Let's see.
Thomas Harper.
Thomas Howard. Okay, I'm trying to see what the injury.
I think he
Oh,
just knocked him. See Trayvon Diggs
yeah,
himself.
yeah. Sure. At least Harper did it on the field.
Look how Pickens falls. Look, like it looks like that his arm's gone. Look,
Yeah,
boom, and he just gets up.
perfectly fine. Yeah.
Ed Werder today said that Jerry Jones has basically said, "Hey, Pickens is a priority." Now that could mean they simply franchise tag him, which I wouldn't have a problem with because I still want to see Pickens be happy a year from now. Now, in saying that, I do think some of the things in Pittsburgh it's very overrated. Like some of the things he did. I mean, it's not like he stabbed a player with a scissors or anything. I mean, it's just he can be a little bit of an asshole at times, and wide receivers are assholes. Chad Johnson did 10 times worse than Pickens did in Pittsburgh, and I think because we have such this weird belief in Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers because they do a good job of getting rid of the goofy ones right before they fall off the cliff that we just all think that that's Pickens.
Bro, Seattle with their quarterbacks and Pittsburgh with the receivers, they
Oh,
know the
Seattle's gonna
exact
win.
time to get rid of them.
Sam Darnold, you better stay in Seattle next year.
Yeah. Whoever picks up Sam Darnold after he leaves Seattle, they're gonna have the worst record in the league.
Speaking of, the lot of talks are that Minnesota wants to get back in play with Daniel Jones. Remember, a lot of people don't realize Daniel Jones signed a 1-year deal. It was a prove it deal.
Yeah, Daniel
Oh,
Jones, after the Giants granted him his release, he signed with the Vikings last season to close out the year. Just back up Sam Darnold. He wanted to be on contender. I don't blame him. Be on a team now. He was surrounded by talent galore. Surprised the Vikings didn't try to keep him because he would have been pretty cheap, all things considered. But hey, kudos to the Colts. Even with a fractured fibula, Daniel Jones is still pretty good. Um,
yeah, but it feels like the Colts might be starting to weeble wobble.
they started 7-1. They've lost 3 of 4.
Good teams, don't get me wrong. Oh,
Yeah,
what a throw.
over the middle.
Dude, these teams are chirping early. There's a little bit. Dallas and Detroit have these odd pockets of rivalries that you don't think of immediately. Like I would not rank. We did a show called the Top 5. You should check that out on YouTube. And we had the Lions. Oh, hang on. Oh, I almost was right. I almost
Yeah.
was right. A key interception almost happened. That ball got away from Dak. You could tell at the apex of it, it kind of started kind of fading. But
Yeah,
anyway,
if it was toward the middle, that could have been a touchdown.
yeah, really. But you know, the people remember like the '07, or I guess it was what, '05 to '08, '09 when the Brady, what's his name? Shit. Detroit
Oh,
quarterback then, who became a high school football coach.
John Kitna.
Yeah, when John Kitna made the famous comment about Brady James, as he said, he tackles okay, but he doesn't know how to read a pass offense. And Brady James got all pissed off, and then Kitna proceeded to take a terrible Lions team and beat Dallas by throwing for like 345 yards. And
This
like,
was the '06 season finale.
yeah, I think so. And it was like 70% of the passes were right down the middle, just go. And I liked Brady James, but Kitna was right. Brady James was built for '90s football, not 2000 football. And so
Same
they've
with,
always go ahead.
it's the same with the safety Roy Williams.
Yep.
Both of them were great at tackling and run defense, but they were terrible against the pass.
Hang on here. Big 3rd down and 9.
So far, decent protection for Dak. Incomplete. So
all right. Do you kick a field goal here? Be a 62-yarder, I think. I think it'd be longer than that, actually.
I hope I started Brandon Aubrey.
You might just go for it right here.
Yeah. I forgot to check my lineups.
I did too, actually.
It's the last week of the regular season for fantasy football. I'm going to be in the playoffs in both of our Outdrink the Coverage leagues. And then the Dynasty League I'm in, I crap the bed. And all right, let's see. And it is good.
Oh, wow. So there were 3 arrows in the crowd, and the ball literally went to the side of the arrows like it. That was, I don't know if that was, maybe that was computer animated, but good field goal. We've got a 3-3 tie here, middle of the first. And that means sips.
Sip, 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 sip. Everybody.
Okay. What's her name?
Whose name?
The lady on the Charlotte or something like that.
Oh, I don't have my glasses. Sorry.
She does. How are you watching the game?
I'm watching from my TV.
She's the one. No, I mean, like if you don't have your glasses, she's the one that hosts the Amazon show, the pregame, and that girl, the blonde lady.
Oh, let me see. Amazon.
Well, I thought you would know this. You usually know this stuff.
Anyway, I don't watch the pregame. I'm like you.
Yeah,
Carissa Thompson.
Yeah, I knew it was something like that. To me, all I see when I see her is James Gunn's wife, who's on Peacemaker.
Oh, Kelly Riley?
Yeah, I think so. She looks just like, for the not longest time, but the first time that she was on the Amazon show, I legitimately thought they hired James Gunn's wife to do the, I didn't know she was into sports. And then I looked it up and like,
wait, sorry, it's not. Wait, what show were you talking about? I thought it was Kelly Riley and Peacemaker. Sorry. I was thinking not Tombstone. What's that one with Taylor Sheridan?
Which one?
Yellowstone.
Oh no! Okay. What?
So,
what?
Peace.
Huh?
Maker. My bad, man. I've already outdrank the coverage.
I feel like this whole show tonight is us going, "What's that? Who's that? Where's that?"
We're just getting old, man. Jennifer Holland.
Yeah, Jennifer Holland. Anyway, that's his wife.
I didn't realize that's his wife. Okay.
Yeah, and she's the one that choreographed she's a dancer. That's how they met.
She choreographed the intro to Peacemaker?
Yeah, that's how they met. She was a choreographer on one of his other things. And so, she's the one that did that. I haven't seen the second season. I kind of feel like the Peacemaker thing, for me, it's one of those that if you don't come back at least within a year and a half, I find it hard to get back invested into the show.
So I haven't watched season 2, but I did watch season 1. I loved it. I will eventually go and watch season 2.
Oh yeah, it's an off season Saturday, because I think there's 6 or 7 episodes. It's an off season, starts Saturday at 11 a.m. with some drinks and just power through it and watch it, till the end of the season.
Yeah. Well, you got 2 more weeks left in the high school. What do you do the day after the high school season ends?
Well, I'll be hanging out with you this year. We'll be watching college football playoffs on Saturday, either at your place or at Grant's from sideline to sideline, because my wife will be in Waco at her niece's graduation at Baylor. And so we're like, well, we got,
That's not good.
Oh,
Brandon Aubrey with a stick.
No, sir.
with his small pads. Stick him.
I'm
Love it.
calling it. I'm calling it now. He looks Billy Badass. That dude is crying on the inside when he hit him with that shoulder. You know that, man. You hit somebody right shoulder, even with pads. That's one of the worst hits, man, that you can have.
So I never broke a bone, but I did in my high school career dislocate both my shoulders. My right one was worse. My left one was slightly bad. No, my left one was bad. The right one was a little bit bad, but it just slid back in place and I was fine.
Yeah, the weirdest thing is you broke your shoulder trying to masturbate backwards. It had nothing to do with football.
Told you it was football.
You were holding a football.
Oh. All right.
Where's Mario, man? We got 5,000 people watching. Where's Mario and Michael and Kevin? Kevin McPherson, we were joking. He might have drank himself too early. Because I ain't going to lie, studio wife and I had a couple drinks when she got off work. And about 6 o'clock, we're doing a How I Met Your Mother rewatch. And I was like, man, if I wasn't doing this broadcast, I might nap through part of this game.
Yeah, I could definitely. It's a Cowboy game too. You usually don't pass out. Oh, wait. Are they going to say it's a fumble?
No, well, they'll say it now, but it's a pass. There, Mario. Oh, Betty, you okay, brother? It's okay.
I like that he misspelled quiet. I like it.
He's just quiet.
I like it. It's that mean he also outdrank the coverage. Mario, take a sip.
Sip, 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 sip.
Yeah, that's an incomplete.
Dude, this pass rush, and I know the Lions have a huge out with one of their guards, but still, this is but the Cowboys are without Clowney, so I mean, you can say that's a trade. Clowney, man, I want him back next year. Like he has proven to me, and I kind of was worried that, and I know I keep comparing it, but I was kind of worried he was going to be like Bennett was when he came here and just not be engaged because sometimes, sorry.
Hey, Corey, what's going on, man? Yeah.
We're going to have
Corey.
Go ahead.
Corey, take a sip.
Uh-oh, Mario got an Instacart order. Corey, we have a new venture with him starting here in the offseason. He's This is the coolest thing. Corey is you hear the word entrepreneur thrown around too much. Like, my God, I've tried to watch the Power series, which has 75,000 different spinoffs. And I always hear, well, I'm an entrepreneur. Well, no, you're a drug dealer. Corey's a true entrepreneur. He is transitioning from killing bugs to taking over the world with AI. All we ask, Corey, is please tell the robots not to hurt us. That's all we ask. Uh-oh. What are you doing, Turpin?
Wait, what? Oh, he called fair catch?
I don't think he thought he did. I feel like...
They're very specific with how you call it.
Yeah. If you raise it a little bit, it's a flag. If you even almost simulate... I want to say this, though. I kind of feel we're missing... Cavante Turpin in the 90s.
Oh, come on. That is not.
Catch.
Because technically, you're supposed to do this. Look.
Supposed to do this?
That is the wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this better?
Well, yeah, whatever Elon did.
I got to get this point out before I'm too drunk. Hang on. Okay, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. I feel like we missed Cavante Turpin playing in the 90s when Chris Berman was at his best because he would have been Cavante Turpentine.
He would have.
That would have been the great, because you could make the joke off the cleaning, but it's also turpentine. Kind of sounds like him. Yeah, that's a hold.
Oh yeah, okay.
There's also
so it had nothing to do with Turpin. Okay.
There's two holds right there in one camera view, but the fake thing, that was a bad call. It wouldn't have mattered. This is the thing Dallas still does. These are the little penalties and drives that we might forget. Hopefully, no turnovers. And yet, they got to stop killing themselves and starting on their threes. Corey said, I'll command the AI not to F around. AI, don't you F around? Yeah, whatever, Corey.
I've never seen it done like that. F equals or out like that. I'm going to start using that.
Well, you're just hitting on everybody's grammar there, English.
So this one I'm not. I actually do like it.
Because Kevin McPherson is or will be till the end of May a English and lit teacher.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be retiring pretty soon.
Yes, sir. And by the way, he is taking over on the high school side doing what you do. He has a segment now on Sideline to Sideline called Kevin's Numbers because he is like you, a numbers guy.
Okay. Has he already posted something?
Yeah,
I
he was part of the show last night.
Oh, okay. I haven't not watched it yet. I will definitely watch it.
So 2nd and 8. Oh, Pickens breaks out. Now you want to get 3 yards if you can in a first down, but you just mainly want to just not turn the ball over.
Yeah. If anything, I'd rather them punt the ball than turn the ball over at this point. It could be pressure. I mean, both these teams need to win. There's a lot of pressure at stake right now. So the Lions are going to go all out. They're going to take all the risk. Like I said, Dan Campbell will probably call. He'll probably go for it on 4th down plenty of times.
I wouldn't mind a little 3rd down draw play right here.
Going back to the Cowboys pass rush, the Lions before this game, 4 out of their 5 start. Oh no, it's a safety.
No,
Safety.
they won't call it a safety. They give you the benefit. Well, now one does call it a safety.
Yeah, he was behind the line. They're gonna call it 5-3, just like the 1970 divisional game, Cowboys Lions. Except the Cowboys won 5-3.
I want to see that because they try to give you the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, he won't. It's close, man. It is as close as you can get.
That is not good.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, this will be the 2nd safety the Cowboys have given up this year. And I think they gave up the other one when we were watching it as well.
Which one?
I can't remember. I just know the Cowboys. I kind of thought we were watching, but I know the Cowboys gave up a safety. Was it against Washington? Oh, maybe we weren't watching it as a show. I think it was against Washington.
Might have been Washington, yeah.
And then Dallas dominated after that, but yeah. This is as close as you can get.
If it's not 100% reversible, then they're just going to give him the safety.
I say this is Dak's fault. I don't mean it, but if he doesn't pull that leg back at the last moment, if he really should have fallen forward. You got to be in, I'm getting sacked, I need to stay out of the end zone mode. And he didn't. He pulled the ball back and he pulled his leg that was established outside the line and put it back in. And if it stays a safety, that's why.
Oh man, this is.
I don't think they can change it. I think whatever they would have called, they would have stayed on. If they'd have called a non-safety, I think they'd have kept it as a non-safety.
Yeah, I almost kind of want the safety because I don't want them to punt from here.
I mean, you still got to.
Oh, Dan Campbell did the 6-7. He literally did this.
Yeah, no safety. That's the right call. I couldn't remember if it's where he's hit or where he finishes, because they tried not to give safeties.
Where forward momentum ends.
But no, what he said was it's where he was hit where he was first hit.
Yeah, for forward momentum ends. And that's how I've always interpreted it. I guess it kind of could be the same thing. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Don't. Why you gotta say it like that? Because then you're gonna start doing the. Here we go.
No. Seriously, I don't know if you're listening. I'm wearing these. Mm-hmm. The fancy earphones because I have them to the TV so I can hear.
Yeah.
The officials the guy in the booth said, I don't really know if I'd see it that way. And Detroit and Dallas, man, Detroit fans always think Dallas gets all the calls, probably because 2014 they kind of did. But
in 2023 they might have as well.
No, 2023 was the right rule, 100% the right rule. As somebody who's dealt with all that, you have to be explicit. You have to be you can't do what they did. And give the Lions credit for trying. The Lions tried to fool the officials or the Cowboys by having 2 guys go up. One said, hey, it's me, kind of. And they were hoping Dallas would get fooled by it. The 2014, that was a pass interference. I mean, let's be honest. That was a pass interference.
Commercial break. I'm glad there wasn't a blocked punt. I'm glad they didn't score a touchdown off that. So there's a chance. And I was going to tell you that before the game started, 4 of the 5 Lion offensive linemen, they were all questionable or out. So
Yeah.
the offensive line is going to be a weak spot for the Lions in this game. And as we've seen so far, the Cowboys have been living in the backfield. The Lions have gashed them a couple times on draws and screens to Gibbs, but for the most part, the Cowboys have been controlling the line of scrimmage on the defensive side. Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to go see Wicked 2 this weekend.
Did you see the first one?
Yeah. Nirvana, my granddaughter came over and we got it for her. Right when we bought it or rented it, and then like a day later it went on Peacock for free, and we didn't realize it. But yeah, we're gonna take the girls over to because
Did
we
you
were
like
supposed
it?
to go see her. I'm not a big Wizard of Oz person at all. It's a perfectly fine movie. The first, my dad likes it. I never really liked the first movie. It's boring to me. I like Return.
I love prequels.
Yeah,
So I like Harry Potter. I watched the whole series, and then they had the prequels that came out. So I watched those. Not as good as I thought they should be, but just the excitement I get when I have watched the series, and then of course, like Star Wars fan, those prequels came out. Wasn't the biggest fan of it. I like the last one.
see,
Uh,
I liked the first one. And I think the third one is good. I think the second one is just so boring and
Clone
so
Wars.
yeah, so boring and so wooden because half the movie is nothing but tax talk. And then the other half is the worst acting with Hayden Christensen and what's her name, Natalie Portman. I love you. Oh, your eyes are the blue of the ocean. What's an ocean? Oh, that's this thing on another planet far, far away. We'll talk about one day. It's just terrible. And that one is so bad. I think it covers the first one and the third one. Now, in saying that, I think last off season we got what we say in East Texas a bug up our butt and decided to watch the first one, and we went 45 minutes in and was like, we're a little bored with it.
Mario says he's going to watch full Kill Bill this weekend. I guess the whole series. Are they coming out with another
Oh.
Kill Bill?
Well, it's the same one. They're just recutting it. So the official in the booth, I think it's Jerry McCauley, he says that they actually did get the call right after he looked at a different angle. So I do appreciate him doing that so Detroit fans can't go, wah, wah, wah.
Oh no, they still will.
No, I know.
Okay, good.
Wrap up. All right, you
I
see?
always, me like a pet peeve of mine, missed tackles.
Well, and if you see that, I couldn't see that. Well, I think that was 27 for the Cowboys. He did not sit too far back. And so when Gibbs turned, he was immediately driving towards Gibbs, which not only you eliminate Gibbs getting turned around and finding his base, because if he finds his balance, you're not going to, nobody's tackling him in one-on-one and also, and that's how you play. That's how you give up a pass, but still play good defense.
All right,
Yeah,
first down for the Lions.
Yeah, like Mario said, they're putting both movies together 4 hours. Look, I'm a big Quentin Tarantino fan. I like Kill Bill, but during the pandemic when I rewatched everything ever made because that's all we could do. I mean, this was like March to August of the pandemic when literally there was nothing to do. And I rewatched it and I still liked both of them, but it's not my favorite Quentin Tarantino movie.
Pulp Fiction?
No, the Hollywood one.
Oh, the one that recently came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
See,
good.
they tried to do the lineman out, wide receiver, and all that.
Flag on the play.
It's a formation thing.
Mm.
Oh, I like his mask.
Yeah.
1, 2 on the line.
Oh, both of them were running or
Yeah, both
were
of
in
them were running
motion.
motion.
Yeah, I think you can only have one player in motion, right?
Yeah, that's saying
Okay.
oh, he almost got a piece of that.
And that's why you play offensive line.
I love that face. In a world where you don't get the face mask that I love, that's about as good as you get nowadays. I'm a fan of the cages. That dude is massive, man.
Yeah. I mean, if you make Dan Campbell look small, you're pretty massive.
Yeah, because Dan's like 6'6".
Yeah. Former tight end, but still jacked.
What you'd call back then, he was a blocking tight end who occasionally caught the ball. He was basically an extra tackle.
Yeah.
I had
that
a
was
Dan Campbell experience.
Oh, do tell.
Went to. It's not that exciting. Went to the arena game. I had came up here at that time. I lived back in East Texas, and it came up here and interviewed with the ticket. And so they when I was leaving the interview, they're like, "Hey, you want some of these?" And I got free tickets to the Dallas Desperados, and so went and
Nice.
watched them and sitting in the line getting our tickets. Dadgummit, man, can't give up this. Defense
That's
is playing
Amon Ra.
well. Anyway, and I just we're in the line, turned around, and there was Dan Campbell. I'm like, Dan Campbell, dude, that's awesome. You're a Cowboy. Aggies suck.
Yeah, I forget he's an Aggie.
Yeah, and he laughed at me and then he took a 42-gallon cup of coffee and drank it, broke the cup over his head, and said, "I'm
He,
gonna go for it on fourth down."
I think he consumes more coffee than I do.
Dude, his heart is going to explode at one time.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's just like when that first came out, I remember NFL.com had a doctor on, was like, I would advise him to stop.
Touchdown. Oh, nope. They're saying it's not a touchdown.
I think he was out I think the ball crossed outside. Jamison Williams, man, he has been the guy that has exploded with Laporta being hurt.
Yeah.
Oh no, he scored.
Yeah, that looks like a touchdown to me.
Oh no, he's not.
Okay. No, I do have him in Dynasty, like I said earlier, but of course I want the Cowboys to win.
Oh, Mario's seeing the full Kill Bill this weekend. I didn't even see that one. That's awesome,
Yeah.
dude.
All right, what are your let's just play. Touchdown.
Expected. Now what?
All right, so lines are up. So I was going to ask you about Kill Bill. You and I both love going to the movie theater still. I know that's a thing people don't do as much now.
Yeah.
But what are your go-to drinks and snacks in the theater?
Well, I don't really do snacks anymore because studio wife and I tend to go eat somewhere before the movie. Like if we go to depending on what we want, if we go to a movie over near you, and usually we end up inviting you, we'll eat Chewy's. And then if we go over near the studio, we go to Snuffers. And so we tend to just get get 2 drinks in the movies, one to start, and then about halfway. The cool thing about Cinemark and Rockwall, you can order on the phone, like, vodka tonic. And so we'll get one and we'll kind of sip on it. And about halfway through the movie, we'll get another couple drinks, a cocktail, and that's it. I can't remember the last time I had food at a movies. Now, in saying that, again, we're going Saturday with the grandkids, and so we're going to take them eat but kids, they're going to want popcorn and all. But before liquor was at movies, it was always I like M&Ms, popcorn, sour candy, and a pickle.
Okay, I like your selection. For me, it's the big tub popcorn, no butter, and an icy.
Yep. And I will get an icy. Because I kind of chase the vodka with the icy. Sometimes I'll just pour it straight into the icy. And the icy has to be particularly frozen though for that, because if you don't, then it just becomes blue water at that point.
Yeah. I was gonna say it kind of reminds me of our Sonic days. When you come over, we get to Sonic, we have our drinks, and then we pour our drinks in our Sonic drink.
We might have to do that for the Friday state championship hangouts.
We were talking about doing that
during the high school games. No, we won't drink during them at all. One of the funniest things for me last year, dude, was we started early, and by the time Indiana Notre Dame got here, and it was such a boring game, and I was getting mad. Like, if this is going to be the playoffs, I don't want this. I always say this one, give me the Poulon Weed Eater Bowl.
Now, if they play again this year, I'd be very excited because I think this Indiana team is way different than they were last year.
I partly don't want Texas to make the playoffs because I want to fully root for Indiana.
But you're on the Kirk Cignetti bandwagon this season.
I'm just on the fact that the team has come out of nowhere when people tried to claim that the new structure would make that impossible. And yes, they're doing Neal, but they're not doing Texas Tech and spending a gazillion dollars. They're not doing Texas or Georgia. I mean, they're spending, don't get me wrong, but a lot of that's just these guys want to play for him. I mean, everybody thought last year, oh, okay, well, everybody's going to hit the transfer portal now for Indiana. They're going to go to Ohio State and all that. And no, they didn't. And I love what he's building there, and I think he's going to stay there.
I think he will too, and I think Indiana will pull all funds just to get him to stay. What he's doing with 3 and 4 star recruits, some 5 star is amazing. He did it and he did it in the first year, but he's really doing it in year 2, and they look legit. Now, you go to Eugene and you beat Oregon, and it was the score was closer than what it really was, and I really think that says a lot. I'm really excited about the Big Ten title game. That'll probably give us a better picture. Indiana's offense against Ohio State's defense. Let's see who wins. They're both probably going to get a bye, as long as it's not a blowout. I think both teams will get a bye.
Yeah, and again, the committee has said multiple times, if you play an extra game, at worst it'll drop you, but even then they try not to drop you too far. And by the way, enjoy this because this is probably the last conference championship game year we have of them, and I'm fine with that. I got why they did it in the past when you had what became the Big 12 and the Pac 12 and the Big 10 plus 7 or whatever it was and the SEC, and you had 2 divisions. That makes sense. And I really wish go back to that and keep a conference championship game and make the conference championship game mean something. Like, make it to where, yeah, if you go to that conference championship game and lose, you might not make the playoffs depending on what the rest of your season did. But they're going to go the other way. They're going to just basically say, no, oh, man, Turpin's now hurt. They're just going to basically get rid of championship games. The SEC and Big Ten commissioners have already said that.
Just like with having competitive games on your schedule. If you're going to be penalized for losses against good teams, especially on the road, and it's a one-score game, then you're not going to schedule anymore.
Yeah,
And yes, at Am Bam 17, yes, I don't like butter in my popcorn. I know I'm weird. I just like salt, and it's delicious for me. It's just a preference.
Say what? No, we say what? I got that's I'm not a butter guy. Like, I don't butter my biscuits. I don't butter my rolls, but you got to have butter on popcorn.
We still talking about food?
I don't know. I'm getting a little hot in here. Woo! How you doing, Am Bam? What you doing later on tonight?
First down, Cowboys.
First down, Terry.
We're about to get a restraining order.
Dude, go ahead and I know the judge. Call him up. He'll laugh at you. Oh, Terry again.
I also know the judge now. Yeah.
Was Grant with him? Oh no, I accidentally hit my button, and not in the good way. Oh, now you're ahead of me. God dog it.
Oh.
Dude, this has been a long first quarter. Not really in time, but it feels like a half a game has been played.
Kind of has been.
This is the thing that I don't think this Dallas offense gets enough credit for. They might not end up with any points, but they do a good job of when they go down, they answer. Even if they don't necessarily score to match or they don't even score at all, they don't tend to go 3 and out the very first drive after they've given up a touchdown.
Yeah, but I wish the Cowboys wouldn't be so reactionary. I wish they would be more just progressive or like just be the aggressor. I wish they would do that. I wish they would do that. Late breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Iowa State coach Matt Campbell has emerged as Penn State's #1 target.
Boy, dude, Penn State spit the bit with firing James Franklin, supposedly firing him early so they could get advanced into the coaching search. And then every coach they went after said no. I like Matt Campbell, but he is one of those. It's like the Iowa dude. It's funny, they're both in Iowa. I don't understand the love that Matt Campbell gets as far as when they do like top 5 coaches. He's always right at the either 5th or just out of the top 5. And I'm like, why? Iowa State consistently underperforms.
Yeah, they're ranked. They're ranked high going into the season. They went 4-0 to start the season, and then they had the slide. But even then, you and I both knew. Same thing happened in 2021, and then back then, 2021, they had Brock Purdy and Brees Hall. and they were coming off a 2020 COVID year where they were one of the top teams in the country, and they just regressed. It's just him. It's that that program that the Cyclones just can never get over that ceiling. They probably can with a different coach, but for some reason, what he did there was good enough for them. And what Kurt Ferentz is doing for the Iowa Hawkeyes has been good since 1999. I don't get it either. I love their uniforms. I think they always produce 8, 9 win teams. They have talent. Like you see Cooper DeJean. They produce one of the best tight ends classes for the last 30 years. Good offensive linemen, but
Oh,
they
Jack
just
Campbell with the Lions. He was an
Jack
Iowa Hawk.
Campbell with the Lions. Yeah.
And for whatever reason, Kirk is one of those defensive coordinators that just hates the offense. He just will not modernize the offense. He still thinks he can win games 17-14, and he will win a bunch of games 17-14. But then he'll lose 3 games a year 17-14.
I guess he's okay with that because
I guess Iowa is too, man.
there was that one year, I think 2015, them and Michigan State played for the Big Ten title game. I think both were undefeated, or no, Iowa was undefeated. Michigan, I think, had lost one game.
Mm-hmm.
Iowa was up. Michigan drove for like the entire fourth quarter and finally scored the game-winning
Oh
touchdown.
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
I
but then
remember
Michigan
that.
State just got blown out in the semifinals because that was a 14 playoff era.
The 4-team playoff era.
All right, now we're starting the second quarter. Dak throws and completes. Short
Lamb
gain.
has been quiet so far this game.
Lamb has been quiet. We've seen a lot of Pickens. We've seen a lot of
Did you see
Turpin.
that? And look, it might be, and I hope Turpin's going to be back and fine. But did you see that? I might have not seen it, but this one dude, I think he's just clickbait, but trying to claim that George Pickens only gets trash yards because his first half stats are really bad. But then in the second half, and I'm like, I want my receiver better in the second half than I do the first half.
A lot of the yards Pickens gets are pretty clutch. I mean, they've
Very
been
clutch.
he's had an electric year. And I'm just shocked he hasn't had a fight. I'm a little disappointed,
Well, here
but
we go.
not. All right, first down, CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, I
You
kind
said
of
his
want.
name. You said his name, and then he appeared. There you
Hey,
go.
that's the way it works. Emmitt Smith's terrible.
I wish. No, it's me, EJ Smith, his
Hey,
son.
he's a solid running back at A&M.
And he finishes. I guess he'll finish his 5th year in college football. I don't know if he'll ever have a pro career. I think someone will give him a chance just because of his name. But
I wouldn't be surprised if Dallas picks him up as a UFA. I mean, that they like to do that. You do that with UFAs, and there's nothing wrong with that. Dude, Turpin's back in. Oh
oh!
my God,
They want to take him immediately out.
this is why you can't. This for people that want Turpin to do more. You can't. You have to limit his plays unless you just completely remove him from special teams, and you don't want to do that because that's his best part. I like what he does in the passing game, but that Harper guy for the Lions, that's another corner or a safety guy. He's out with a concussion. He's out. He got Trayvon Diggs.
What? I'm sorry for laughing, but why did you say concussion?
It's a concussion. Cowboys
Tubular.
moving here. 2nd and 6.
Think of Water Boy.
A concussion. Oh no. Oh, what a move, man.
Yeah, that could have been a 3-yard loss.
Exactly. Clifford Branch with the tackle. Pretty amazing because he died a few years ago, I think. Speaking of old, the NFL Hall of Fame finalist came out. Looks like Ken Anderson's finally going to get into the Hall of Fame. Deserved.
Bengals quarterback.
But the best part is Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick are up at the same time. They're both going to get in. They're both going to have to deal with each other. I think we will see some type of forgiveness and things. I think you'll see both of them in their speech. Look at that run. First down, Cowboys. I think you'll see both of them in their speech be more conciliatory towards each other. I would wish they wouldn't.
Conciliatory, nice.
Yeah, I would love it if Bill Belichick would, he'd be like, I just want to say, Robert Kraft, brother, I did it all, and you did nothing, you son of a bitch. Now go get a hand job. And then Robert Kraft gets up there and goes, hey, why don't you tell your girlfriend to stop writing your speeches and your defensive because it sucked at North Carolina this year. But I think they'll play nice.
Yeah. I mean, if Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson can play nice for one day,
It's
3 years
funny
ago.
you say that though, because Jerry was asked about that, and both him and Jimmy admitted this was last year. They both admitted, like, yeah, we never hated each other that bad. Like our egos got in the way, but they both admitted, we still called each other over the years. Jimmy said, look, I had a couple business, thoughts that I need someone that knows business. I called Jerry Jones. But man, Robert Kraft and Belichick, apparently they kind of started hating each other a lot longer ago than we thought.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is. I don't know if Belichick felt that he was getting the credit he deserved for those 6 championships and 9 Super Bowl appearances. I don't know if it's that. I don't know. I really don't know what it could be. Um,
I
but
never heard people give Robert Kraft. I mean, you gave him credit, like, hey, he's the owner that lets Bill Belichick cook, and and all that. I never heard Robert Kraft get more. I think maybe that's where it started. I think maybe it was more Robert Kraft that was kind of Jerry Jonesing it. Like, why aren't I getting talked about more?
oh, maybe. I mean, he did it with Bill Parcells in the '90s. Built a team that went to the Super Bowl. Built a dynasty with Bill Belichick, and right now with Mike Vrabel, it's very early, but they're 11-2. They have a soft schedule and they're very healthy, but they use their payroll wisely. They built the team in Vrabel's image, and they're playing pretty solid football. Right now, they're the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Oh,
So,
Prescott throws to the
yeah,
corner. I like that
over.
they're trying to get Flournoy in more. I think that's one of the things they need to do. Is you've got a great tight end in Ferguson. I love the bounce back season he's having. Heck, I think legitimately he might be an all pro this year, but you still would like to get a little bit more out of a third wide receiver. It doesn't have to be in the slot traditionally, but you need to balance, as they say. You want to have two legitimate targets on both sides, because that softens up the interior for not only running but hitting your running backs over the middle and such.
Yeah.
Oh, bad play. Good job, Williams.
Oh, you got to call that. Come
I don't
on.
know if
That's.
Williams did it on purpose, but him dropping the ball was the best thing he did, because he'd have lost 3 yards. And I agree. That's one of those that gets called a lot more than it doesn't. And not that I would agree that it should be, but it does get called. So if it gets called all the time, it needs to be called.
Yeah, I agree. Going back to the Cowboy wide receiver, Tolbert was supposed to be that third guy, possibly second guy. He's just never consistent. But the last few games, Flournoy has made a couple of good catches every game. So that's kind of what you want from your third receiver.
And it doesn't have to
Turpin,
be the same guy.
it doesn't have to be the same guy, but it's just nice that Flournoy has kind of been consistently. You've been hearing his name. Oh, that's a sack. That's not
Boy,
good.
first off, Dak's hurt. Second off, Dallas's pass protection has been terrible at key moments. And he's limping.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, Thomas did not know the assignment there. Kirk Herbstreit points it out. Look, first off, I never thought Kirk Herbstreit was going to work at the pro game. He's great. And he made the point. Thomas slid his head right inside. He should, as the outside left tackle. You never go inside out. It's always outside in there, because you assume he's going to miss it.
Miss it.
Oh,
Oh my god, he made it. Oh. Is it like the Houston Texan extra point where it was they called it good, but it was not good? They need to change that rule in the offseason. That screwed over the Colts. The Colts could have just kicked a field goal and sent that into overtime.
Well, I guess I don't remember.
All right, so it was
one.
19 to, I think Houston scored the touchdown to take the lead.
Yeah.
They go for extra point. It was a miss, but the referees called it. They said it was good, and it's not reviewable, which I didn't know. But if you look at the replay, the extra point was not good.
Oh, extra point! Wow, really?
So Houston ended up winning 20-6. Yeah, Houston ended up winning 20-16 because the Colts drove into the red zone, but they had to score a touchdown. They couldn't kick a field goal because they were down by 4, not 3. It was insane. It was clearly a miss, but I didn't know this rule that you can't review missed or extra point attempts. So yeah, the Texans. I mean, I think they still would have won, probably in overtime, but the Houston Texans got lucky on that. It should have been 19-16 with the Colts in the red zone going for a field goal.
Happen this week?
Yeah, this past Sunday.
Okay, so again, Thanksgiving weekend is Grant Goodwin and I on the. I'm over here on the sideline to
And
sideline.
now Kevin McPherson.
And now Kevin McPherson. I'm over here on this side simply because we have so many things we're doing during the Texas playoffs, Texas high school playoffs. It's hard to just flip. So that's why it's like this until the end of the season. And on Thanksgiving, that's when we we leave on Friday. We don't come back till Sunday morning. This year we ended up in Houston, and that Sunday, and I think I've told you this before, that Sunday is the one Sunday that even though I have the NFL on my laptop, I basically watched How I Met Your Mother. That's when we started rewatching How I Met Your Mother, and I would kind of look down, and it's just the one day I just kind of need to not pay attention to football.
Yeah. No, you definitely. People don't know because you don't just do this. You don't do college. You also do high school, and you do coaches shows. So, um, yeah, I'm always happy for you. And like 2 weeks from now, like when I come over, you'll be basically worn out, but also happy because you're at the finish line, and you kind of coast.
Yeah, I get to go back and I love doing everything, but I get to go back to focusing on just pro for a
Yeah.
little bit in college, and it just gives me a chance to kind of focus on that and focus on growing Outdrank the Coverage. We've almost Outdrank the Coverage is almost caught up with Sideline to Sideline on Facebook views. Our live shows get great numbers. Of course, now we are going to do a live show next week for Sideline to Sideline. The state semifinal show will be a live show. And of course, I'll be doing, oh my God, some of these injuries or these tackles tonight are just brutal. Tight end Span Ford. He's been a solid player. And I bet he doesn't do like another tight end did in Cowboy history and provide sex toys. People that are young or don't know the Cowboy history don't know those references. Why did he say
Love it.
someone stabbed someone with a scissors? I don't get that.
Well, that was like fake news, but the other one is true. All right, Amon Ross seems healthy. I was shocked with this. As of this afternoon, he was not going to play. He was supposed to be out a couple weeks. So, good for him. Oh, that was good pass protection. Incomplete though. Good. That's one of the few times uh, Goff could just sit there in the backfield and just look at his reads and progressions.
Yeah, again, partly because the Lions have so many injuries, but still, this is a Dallas defensive line that in week 2 or 3 wouldn't have been able to take advantage of those injuries, in my opinion.
It would already be 14-3 Lions at this point. We could really use Diggs right now. It almost feels like
There we go. I was about to say, sorry.
no, I was saying Diggs with the Cowboys almost feels like what's the name for the Cardinals, the quarterback, Kyler Murray, because they keep saying he's going to come back, and then they keep him on IR with his foot injury. And I
Yeah.
almost feel like if they were in contention, he would already be playing. I think he's actually healthy, to be honest with you.
I agree with you on there. And teams do that. You stash people on IR if you don't need them, or like if I say the same thing.
Oh, come on, Cowboys!
I say the same thing with Brown. If the Lions tonight weren't 7-5, let's say they were 9-3, I think maybe you sit him another week and go, okay, we're good. We might lose this game, but hey, we'll be, 9-4. We're fine. Instead, though, because for all the talk about Dallas, the Lions are in just as big of a situation, even though Minnesota has not been the team that everybody thought they would be. That North is still, it's between them and the Packers. And if you lose that, you might not make the playoffs. Oh, all sides on 3rd and 2. I hate that. Especially when you get a good defensive play.
Yeah. I don't see the flag symbol come up, but I guess
I thought there was an offsides.
Let's see.
Oh no, he stayed out. He was not offsides.
Because I didn't see the flag, but it looked like it was.
I thought the movement, but if you look at the replay, he stayed across. He did not cross the line. I think people think whenever they see a defensive lineman move, but no, he stayed on the other side.
I used to
Hopefully,
love when Neil Smith back in the day, he was a Kansas City Chief and Denver Bronco defensive end. He would just do this thing with his right hand where he just do this and it would draw the offensive lineman offside. He wouldn't move anything on his body, but because he was so good at getting the backfield that any twitch he did would trigger a false start.
now they don't, we always have these. Well, this is the Roy Williams rule, but they literally changed the offensive line. Now, if a defender jumps right across from them, it can be considered an offsides because you influence. It was literally called the Neil Smith rule.
Yeah, but the thing is, Neil Smith, he wouldn't even cross the line of scrimmage. He would just do something that would trigger it. Commercial break. Was that a good call, or did the Cowboys get away with one?
I think that was a good call. They both moved, but neither one of them crossed the line of scrimmage. Now, the interior guy, I don't know if that was Clark or Williams. He was close, but I don't think he crossed either.
I mean, if so, that sounds like that's one of the best officiating calls I've ever seen. If so, because that's really hard to do, especially live. We see it in replay over and over again in slow motion, and I'm still questioning it. Like 9 times out of 10, that'd be a flag.
Yep. Oh no. I mean, again, the safety was a great call. The very fact that the booth official at first said no, I think that's a bad call. They go to commercial and he comes back and he goes, well, actually, after looking at this other angle that I hadn't seen, they made the correct call. And we want to bitch about the officials, and I don't care what you do. Nobody's ever going to be perfect. Officials are going to make bad calls, but more times than not, the officials get it right in pro sports.
Yeah, that's true. We always just gripe about the ones they don't get right. It's the like if you look at social media, it's the echo chamber, the loud minority. A lot of times there's positive, there's good, and then it's just the few times where you just.
Where'd you go? You just stopped. You okay?
No, I was just gonna say I was done with my points. I was just gonna. The point I was trying to make was it's the few times that bad things happen where we gripe about it. Yeah, that was it.
I'm getting to hear these commercials, and some of these are just hilarious tonight. I'm
I
still
kind of feel bad that I'm not listening to commercials. I'm just looking at the videos. Marty Schottenheimer was one of my favorite coaches.
Mine too. I always liked him. I hated it every time he got too conservative in the playoffs. I don't understand coaches that just continually do the same thing and expect it to change. A coach adapts. You've got to go, okay, this hasn't worked, so let's try this. But man, he put together some of the best regular season teams of all time.
Yeah, we were just talking about coaches that adapt with offensive coordinators for Philadelphia. Kellen Moore in 23 or 24. Oh, great catch. Great throw. Great
Almost
play.
a replay of the 98-yarder against the Lions in 2023.
Man, that was great.
Good job of getting out of the back of the end, out of the shadow of your own goal line. I love this call on first down when you've got a defense thinking, let's get them 3 and out and get better field position. How is that not a penalty? We're just talking about the officials. How do you not call that?
Because he was in the air when Dak threw the ball. He kind of let up as much as he could. They're not going to call it.
You still cannot hit him in the neck. You got to pick that up. That's man. Get up. Go, 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 go. That's a fumble.
Referees whistled it. Referees whistled it.
Hey, I mean, that helps Dallas.
Yeah, it helps Dallas a lot. I mean, yeah. Let's just go with that. Let's just go with that. Don't replay.
Back-to-back plays where they make, in my opinion, bad calls. Well, technically, yes, that's a fumble.
All I'm saying is I need you to be quiet.
No, I'm saying this could have hurt Dallas because the Lions let up. You can't. So you're.
Wait, what's going on? Are they actually calling that a fumble? What's going on here?
Yeah, they're calling it a fumble, which is the right call. But how can you call that when you blew the play dead? Ferguson was not touched on the ground. He got up. He could have ran. He tried to run, and they're like, no, it's not. I do not like that call at all. Again, 3 calls in a row after. See, this is what happens when you give any credit to the referees, and you just kill the drive. Golly, man.
Yeah. No, let's see how they respond. I mean, again, we already said they have 3 great targets. They have CeeDee Lamb, they have George Pickens, they have Jake Ferguson. You can't double team them all.
So 3rd down and what, 16?
I could feel the tension, both teams.
Oh, yeah, and hearing the 21. I don't know. I thought he got learned that. Hearing the crowd and just hearing what this is a playoff game. And again, these two teams have kind of started this mini little rivalry going right now.
I can't think of another time the Cowboys wore blue jerseys in Detroit.
I don't think they ever have.
Okay, so we are in
football.
Oh no. Recovered by the Lions. You can't do that.
What did I say that earlier? Like, I feel like this will be a game where there'll be a key fumble, or I mean, you put yourself in a position where you might go for it right there, 4th and 11, or you try to coffin corner it, and then you do this. Yeah, great punch by Campbell. Great punch.
From Iowa, we were just talking about. Fergie, man. Come on, dude. Yeah.
I tend to give tight ends a little bit more of a break simply because they get held up more by linebackers, and that can happen. Wide receivers, usually they're fighting with safeties and corners, and so that they can go to the ground. I mean, that was just a good job by the first line holding Ferguson up. Now Dallas's defense has got to respond.
Yeah, let's see what Detroit does. Are they going to go play action? No, just run the ball. Okay, bread and butter.
I think they're afraid to really establish. We got a flag. Hopefully, it's a hold.
Hold.
We got. I think the Lions are legitimately afraid of just passing the ball right now because the pass rush for Dallas is really giving them a hard time.
Yeah, Dallas has a pass rush advantage right now. Their offensive line is banged up. They don't have Laporta. Amon-Ra is not 100%. Oh, wow.
That is a hold of epic. That's the video they show in the offseason of you can't do this.
Jeez.
That's what happens, though, when an offensive lineman, you got a guy shooting that gap and he gets his hip across your face. You've already lost the play. You have to save the running back or quarterback's life.
I'm trying to think who that was. Was it Decker?
No, that was 70. The big dude, the one that dropped the pass.
Oh, Skipper or
Skipper.
Okay.
All of a sudden, the Lions are going backwards, and the Lions, and hey, they might end up winning this game by 3 touchdowns. But the Lions are showing why they're 7-5, and it's not just complete injuries. I said at the beginning of the year, I feel like the Lions are taking a back step simply because in the NFL, you get 3 years when you're the new team to do something, and then everybody's going to start figuring you out. You start losing coordinators. You start losing some depth who get signed. And I legitimately, I contend that at the end of this season, Campbell will start, his seat will start to get warmer. It's not going to be hot. He at least gets 1 more year, maybe even 2. But you're going to start hearing the questions, okay, why aren't the Lions getting past this point that people feel like they should be?
Yeah, because this is probably the greatest stretch in Lion history since the 50s.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
it's first
right there.
Yeah.
And just like
the
pass rush has vanished. What now? Sorry.
Yeah. Jameson Williams with the first down. I mean, it's the greatest stretch in Lions history since the mid to late 50s. So this is the reason why Dan Campbell probably is going to get at least another year. But if they can't figure out the offensive coordinator position, then they're pretty much screwed. Because Campbell really isn't that much better than Morton right now. He's looking good now because they're driving, but
I don't think. I mean, I don't think he gave Morton. I feel like there might be, and it's funny because he hired him. There might be a chemistry thing with them too, because it wasn't like the Lions like the week before that. I think they only scored like 14, but the week before that they scored like 35. I mean,
well, okay. This was the thing I was telling you. Pump the brakes. He decided to take the offensive coordinator duties from Morton when they went to duties.
Dude,
when they went to Washington. It
yes.
was a good opportunity for him to look really good
Oh
as
no
the
no
new
no no!
play
I was talking
caller.
about Morton. I was talking about Morton. Morton, like the week before he got the play calls taken away, they didn't play great. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't like they scored 3 points, but the week before that, oh my gosh, man,
Oh,
this is the
touchdown.
run game that defense that we're so used to. The week before that, though, the Lions had scored like 35 points. It just felt like that was way quick of a call by, and I kind of wonder if Campbell might kind of be panicking.
Yeah, maybe someone in the front office has already told him, "Hey, look, we need to do something now. We have a short window."
Good
Oh
blocking
man,
right here.
yeah, caved him in, found the hole. Yep, that's
Overshown is
missed
still,
tackles.
yeah, missed tackle. Overshown is still, you can tell, working himself back into the game.
Yeah,
He has been solid. He has shored up the linebacker position, but he is yet to be as impactful, in my opinion, as he was before his knee injury last year. And I don't think it's a physical thing because he looks good, he runs good, and all that. It might be some of it might be the scheme because again, different schemes. But this is exactly what I was talking about. I was so worried that Dallas would, be going toe to toe, turn the ball over, and then that's when the defense can't make the stop. Because again, what we can talk about scheme, play calling. The Lions still have some of the best skill positions in the league, if not maybe the best just skill set. If you just took their running backs, their wide receivers, and their quarterback, it's the top three at least in the league, in my opinion.
yeah, I don't doubt that. I can't think of like 5 or 10 teams that have a better set there. This is an opportunity for the Cowboys. 4 minutes left in the second quarter. 4 minutes left in the half. Get a touchdown. Go into half. You get the ball back to start the second half.
The Belichick
Get
bounce, as we
the
started calling it.
Belichick bounce. Um, or like the Chiefs have also adopted that as well. And watching the Thanksgiving game, I thought that was going to happen, and it didn't happen because they were driving to score and they didn't, and then they got the ball to start the second half,
Yep.
and they didn't score either. So uh, it works a lot of the time for those great teams, but there's rare occasions where it doesn't.
Well, and that's again, the 90s Cowboys are great at that. Be up 10-3 at half, take the ball in the second half, be up 17-3, and then coast the rest of the game. People will never understand. He didn't get the stats, but the Cowboys in the 90s threw to run, not run to throw. They threw in the first half, they ran in the second half.
Yeah,
Oh, do you
Troy Aikman would get 150 yards to 200 yards in the first half, and then maybe 15 to 20 the rest of the game.
What do you think about Serena Williams re-entering the doping agency, meaning she's possibly coming back to tennis?
I thought that was. I thought she made a statement saying that she wasn't coming back, but I guess she is.
Well, I mean, unless all I've seen is that the paperwork has been filed. Now, maybe she's just doing it to do it, but that makes no sense. Or I kind of feel like maybe she goes back into doubles with her sister or with somebody.
Because
You don't
Serena's
have,
the younger one. She's what,
yeah.
fifth? They're 44.
Is she that old?
I think so. And then
Um,
if I think Venus is born in 79 or so, so she's what, 45, 46, 46,
you
47.
know
Yeah.
a little bit too much about the Williams sisters.
Hey, I'm a numbers guy. Remember? No, know these numbers.
Yeah. What numbers are you looking at though? That's what I'm worried about.
Let's see. Venus Williams. She was born in 1980. So Venus is 45. Let me look at
Yeah.
Serena.
And
Oh,
Serena's
Venus
43.
is born June 17th.
Yes,
So
I
she's around
actually
your
knew that.
birthday.
I knew that just because I've seen it so many times because my birthday's the next day. You see all the other ones. Oh, flag,
And a
sir.
flag.
Biscuit butt.
Yeah.
Brr.
Serena's born in September of 81, so she's 44.
44. And if you were to play, if you play partners or doubles, you don't have to move as much.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course, it was against the Cowboys. They do a 3-minute drive, score a touchdown. Maybe the Lions return with the field goal. It's still pretty competitive. It's like 13 to 20 going into the half. Cowboys get the ball, get a field goal or a touchdown, even closer. Take advantage of this drive. Do not go 3 and out. You have to score on this drive to make this a game.
Oh, I don't think
in
you
my opinion.
have to. I think it depends
You
on what
have to.
because 17-6 sounds way worse than it really is.
It's horrible.
9-point game. That's I mean
11.
crap. I mean 11-point game. Sorry. I mean crap. Look what they did against the Eagles. They were down 21. 17-6, and I can't think of the other score. That always sounds worse. Oh, 14-3. 14-3 always sounds way worse than it really is. Because you get up and you kick a field goal and you score a touchdown and you're ahead just like that. And this is the same way. Mainly Dallas needs to keep the ball and not let Detroit have the ball again or not let them score. If Dallas scores in part of that, then that's great. But to me, it's more important to stop them from scoring than Dallas scoring.
Oh,
Or
there's
just do
something
this. Dude, the hitting in this game is I
ferocious.
am glad Dallas and Detroit get their 10-day window. And by the way, finally did Detroit what they've done to Dallas for the last few years when they announced, oh, the teams that play on Thanksgiving aren't going to necessarily get that 10-day benefit. You still get the 10-day benefit. It's just a week later. But more importantly, they finally did it to the Lions.
I
In
love that.
fact, if Dallas and Detroit's on the schedule, I think they should be the ones that always play the things Thursday after Thanksgiving. I
Make it
think
a
that would be
tradition.
legitimately fair. And make it kind of a fun little thing.
You have to play someone from every division in your conference anyway. You could just
Yep.
make it always be the Lions.
I wish they would, we have that weird thing now where one of the games you play someone from the AFC, but not in the division that you're playing that year, and it's random. That's how Dallas ended up playing the Chargers 2 out of 3 years after they didn't play them for like 4 years. I really wish they would make that game be more of a, like, if you're going to do that, then have Dallas and Houston play every year. Like, that would be fun. Like, that would make that rivalry, which is underrated, even more enjoyable. Pickett's
Deep
going to catch it.
bomb,
Oh, where's the flight? There
pass
we go.
interference,
There we go. Dear, we go. Sip,
which
sip,
I
sip, sip,
sip,
sip,
everybody.
sip, sip,
Which
sip, sip.
I thought the Cowboys would take advantage of this going in with the secondary issues the Lions have. Would they took advantage of this last Thanksgiving against the Chiefs, where they were just constantly getting pass interference calls on really good cornerbacks,
What?
especially Trent. Are they calling on the Cowboys? The,
They offset.
what was
Ferguson had a hands to the face.
Ferguson? Come on, dude. You messing up, bro. Run the same play. Run the
You
same
can't
exact
do
play.
that, man. Ferguson, you're having a bad game, brother. Dude, that you want to talk about a kick in the nuts. The little thing, like we talked about, the little things that might be forgotten about are the things that teams that don't make the playoffs do. And that one right there is just the biggest gut punch.
Still early, but man, that is
Well, I mean,
that's tough.
now it feels like a field goal's the high end, which is still fine. You go in 17-9, it's an 8-point game, but that feels like the high point of this drive now. When before you're literally sitting at there where you're going, hey, we don't want to take too much time. Let's just run a couple dive plays, get it to third down, score a touchdown, kick the extra point, and don't give the Lions any time.
It's just sad to hear because we're at the 2-minute warning and the Cowboys are already on the other side of the 50. So settling for a field goal, I just would be so sad with that. It'll be a one
I
score
agree,
game.
huh?
It'll be a one score game. I'd be happy in that regard, but the fact that the Lions are scoring touchdowns where the Cowboys are scoring field goals, that's a
Yep,
problem.
exactly.
This is an odd commercial. What do you think of all the college football coaching moves?
I mean, all expected. I think Eric Morris to Oklahoma State, Big 12 better watch out. The dude going to Summerall I'm not a big fan of that.
John Summerall. Remember, I told you earlier, he's the offspring of John Madden and Pat
Yes.
Summerall, which is a different pronunciation of the last name. Yeah, I think Florida has a good guy in there.
It's not him; it's Florida. Until Florida stops giving players coaches a 3-year window and fire them, nobody's going to win there. And that's the biggest issue for them. They've got to let a coach come in there, set a foundation. And I mean, like, if he Urban Meyers it in Jacksonville or the first two seasons they win a combined 4 games, okay, obviously you have to make a move. But Dan Mullen should not have been fired from Florida. I do not believe he should have been fired at all.
Yeah, they're so used to. Well, I would say they're so used to, but they had the wrong Zook era. That Urban Meyer's first year wasn't that great either, but it was the second year where they won the championship. They just missed Spurrier. I think it was Spurrier was available. Even at his age, they would want him.
I don't know. That's a good question because I think they ended up loving Urban Meyer more than Spurrier.
I don't know, man. That because Urban Meyer did get 2 championships, so I can understand that. And there was that 4 year window from '06 to '09 where they were just the best team in college football. But man, Spurrier, his trash talking, especially against Tennessee, he'll always be the most beloved Gator of all. He also won the Heisman Trophy too in '66. It's just going to be hard for anyone to top that.
What do you think about the fact that Urban Meyer apparently was getting looks from colleges?
It doesn't so shock me. I mean, he's successful. He was successful at Utah. He was successful at Florida. He was successful at Ohio State. He can recruit. I've never seen him do it in the NIL era. So I'm not sure if he's one of those old heads like Nick Saban or Dabo Sweeney or Gundy at Oklahoma State.
He
Or
seems
he
like he would adapt. Like I will give him credit. He's a skeevy person, and there's a lot of stuff I know it's never been proven, but when you hear enough, you start to believe some of it. But one of the things he was good at is he adapted. Bad throw by Dak. That should have been a touchdown.
Yeah, Lamb had the corner beat. Um, Talking about skeevy, Lane Kiffin.
I see. I don't feel Lane Kiffin is this. I feel like at one time he was skeevy. And I know on Twitter supposedly some things are being claimed and all, but that's just a little too. I don't know how convenient that. Oh, he left Mississippi. Oh, now here's all this. Oh, he was talking to undergrads and all that. I don't know. I wish he'd have stayed at Ole Miss, but this whole idea, like he's old Miss anything to me is weird. Now him begging to still coach, dude. If you're going to take the job, you got to move on. That's the rule.
Th- This
Jesus
was
Christ, dude.
another penalty on the Cowboys. What I was going to say is he was told weeks ago that if he accepted a job, he
Exactly.
was not going to coach in the playoffs. He made it seem like he just found this out.
Well,
And
that's
also he made it seem like his players wanted him to continue coaching, where some of his players in a locker room
15.
conversation have said, no, he is lying. We did not say that. So
Well, I
I
mean,
think
if that's a them said, he said. I mean, you know.
I'm gonna believe the players on that one
Oh
because
no, I don't
you saw his
disagree.
track record at Tennessee. Uh, I just don't trust the guy. And then he uses like prayers. I'm like, okay, come on, dude.
Yeah,
This
I
was not
didn't.
this is not a religious thing. This was not a what's best for my family. Like you can get 5-star. There's more money with LSU. That's all
Yeah.
it is. Not for him per se, but NIL money.
By the way, we kind of overglossed a big penalty right there on Pickens, a face mask, which put Dallas second and 25, and now it's third down.
Yeah. Who is this Raphael Ferry?
I don't know. Might be a bot.
I want to be this person's friend.
In the dark room watching the dude, we love you if you're real that you're listening to us, but you can turn the game on. Especially because we're trying not to talk as much of the game this time. I mean, we are, but we're trying to kind of do our regular show. Great block right there. Hutchinson got depleted. Oh, and it still did the sit and squat. I love that. Used to
Old
that
school.
that started being called a few years, and then they started calling that as a roughing, but they kind of let that start going again.
Like roughing the who? The defensive lineman?
Yeah, Well, because I
It's
mean,
not
technically, you could make the case that the ball's out and there's no need to do that other than it's just fun to do.
you block until the whistle's blown. That is a timeless rule.
As I said, I felt like the ceiling of this drive after the two penalties was at best a field goal.
Oh, there you're going to change it to where it was. At best, it's a touchdown right now.
No. I was saying when the two penalties happened, I said the high ceiling of this drive would be a field goal.
Yeah.
And then they sadly almost got a first down, and then another a good penalty call on Pickens. I don't understand why offensive players don't get the face mask called more. What are we drinking tonight, Mr. Mario Scott? By the way, the
Nice.
sideline hats are boring this year.
Yeah, you are a hat guy. I'm not a hat guy. I don't wear hats.
I have never seen you wear a hat.
I'm just not a hat guy. I have nothing against hats. I just don't like them.
Yeah, but have you ever wore a hat?
I've worn hats.
Would you let your daughter date a hat?
No, I don't believe
Would
in
you
that
let a
kind.
hat sleep in your home?
No,
I
those
feel like
people
he's
can
gonna
stay
miss this.
outside.
Good Lord. Okay, dude.
He's getting close to starting to miss him.
He's going to miss the game winner. He's missing the game winner. I'm calling it now. No, did you ever wear hats as a kid or anything?
Yeah. I mean, I wore some hats. I wore some of those visors.
Did you Steve Spurrier it?
No, it wasn't that bad.
When I first met you, I didn't wear hats anymore, really. Like I rarely wore hats for a long. I just stopped wearing it. It wasn't anything. I think a lot of it was at the time is I used to love fitted hats, and then I started to hate fitted hats because I have a non like I don't my head size isn't a particular one, so it's one of those where one size it's too small, the other size it's too big. Then they came out with the flex hats, and I liked them for a little while. But what I really started is when they brought back the trucker hats, as they call them. And that brought me about 5 years ago. I really started wearing hats more. In fact, in the second half, we will be making a hat change to help the Cowboys get better. I was gonna keep this hat if they were still ahead at halftime, or if they were ahead at halftime. Since they won't be, unless something crazy happens, we will be making a halftime hat switch.
Okay.
So just thought you'd like to know that. And sitting right here is my high school hat.
Oh,
I've
nice.
got 4, 5, 6 hats around me because I'll wear them and then just throw them down when I leave the studio.
Yeah. Mario's drinking rum. Okay.
Oh, a rum guy.
What kind of rum? Because I do like a couple in particular.
Well, it's funny. We were studio wife needed some more drinks, so we ran. That's where I got the football today. We ran up, and she got Jason's Deli for her dinner, and then we stopped by that liquor store, and I was just looking up, and I saw a big Kraken display. And Kraken Spice Rum is a really good. That's a Christmas rum to me. I know that's weird, but the spiciness of it just makes me think of like a Christmas drink.
Yeah, I can see that. I typically go for Captain Morgan private stock.
I like Captain Morgan. You don't like Malibu. You have a hate for Malibu.
It's the coconut. I just don't like it.
I like the flavor of coconut. I don't like actual coconut because of, as they say in Zombieland, it's not the flavor, it's the consistency. It has a weird texture to it. Yeah, when you were talking about the Sonic drinks earlier, that was my main thing to put into the Sonic slushies is Malibu rum.
Yeah, that's how we got the whole kick on it.
Dude, they're
Anytime
gonna
y'all
give
came
up
up,
a field goal.
yeah,
They're going to freaking give up a field goal. See, this is what I was saying. It would have been better for them to not have scored but kept the ball than to score and then immediately give up points because you just zeroed out everything you just did.
yeah. Like they struggled to get downfield, and then the line's just going down like it's
Well,
butter.
I mean, Dallas didn't really struggle except for their penalties. I mean,
Yeah,
they moved the ball well.
Self-destructing.
Yes, exactly. Good point. Good point.
Which hopefully that doesn't carry over into the second half. But these things tend to be lasting the entire game.
I don't know. It feels like in the NFL in today's, it's the exact like against the Eagles. The first half, Dallas couldn't pee a drop. They couldn't stop the Eagles. And then in the second half, it was like the game started 0-0. The Chiefs game was the one that kind of balanced out. Like, I think it was about 2 drives in when I thought Dallas is going to might win this game. Like the Chiefs, and it wasn't that the Chiefs were playing bad. Dallas just was moving the ball well, and they were giving up plays, but they weren't giving up scores to the Chiefs. That's the thing they've done tonight is they're giving up plays and scores. I think it's a good timeout by the Cowboys. So let me ask you this question.
Ricardo.
Oh,
Okay.
I've heard of it, never have it.
Bahama rum. Okay. What would you give it as of 1 out of 10, Mario? What's your score? Anyway, go ahead, Terry.
No, I was just gonna say, if this Dallas defense continues to play decent, does Matt Eberflus stay? Because I kind of feel like I still contend I'd like to see what he could do if they would draft some guys who know how to, zone and things like that, and you draft better linebackers. I kind of feel like Eberflus might be back next year.
6 out of 10 is not bad. Okay. Yeah, I think Eberflus will be back next year because they kind of see where their deficiency were.
Stupid.
Pass interference.
Why? So this is the thing. This has now been 3 head coaches. At some point, will Dallas address the penalty issue? Because this is not, a one coach thing, or this is consistently over the last 6 or 7 years. It feels like they're always in the top 5 in penalties.
Just talent. They choose not to get the right. I mean, I say they choose not to, but then they got Diggs. For spurts was really good. They got Stephon Gilmore, who passed his prime, but still a very solid corner.
And I want to say this. I don't mind a pass interference if you're going for the ball. Sometimes you just get over aggressive. And I know, oh, wow. Oh, thank God Goff threw the ball terribly. Boy, that would have been holy crap.
What happened? He just fell down?
Yeah. Hey,
he's having a bad.
He's a rookie,
That's
man.
a bad 2 plays.
This is the worst. They even said that at the beginning. This is the worst guy. Oh yeah. Oh, his legs locked.
Oh,
That could be the lingering effects of a knee surgery. Your leg will just lock when you try to change direction. Then eventually, over time, it loosens up. But yeah, that looked like his leg locked on him.
All right, so that should have been a touchdown. Cowboys got lucky. Bates is about to kick a field goal. If it's the Cowboys game, Bates is going to miss this one. It's 4 seconds left.
God, the sideline has
Mario says it's super cheap in the Bahamas. Oh, okay. Mario goes to the Bahamas frequently. Okay, Terry.
Sorry. The sneeze button's like a foot over, and that's just too far from me right now. I don't want to get pulled over drinking and trying to stop a button.
I see the playoff tree is next to you.
Oh, yeah, playoff tree. Hello. He's here till the end of the playoffs. That's why it's called, playoff tree.
Bates for the kick.
He missed
it. It is no good.
Oh, he made it. Oh,
I want to see a replay. That looked no good.
It went in. It went in. Both kickers, though, have lived on the edges.
Oh, man.
All right. We are going to take a little break. We'll be right back. Halftime PPs, So, hang on. Let me, I guess I'll just, I'm trying to figure out what I want to play. We'll just do this, and then we'll Terry been back. Intern Noe has not returned as we are at halftime. Cowboys trail the Lions here on Thursday night. I'm so used to the Cowboys on Monday that when I first got on into the studio and got the cameras fired up and started setting up, I put it on ESPN and I was like, where's the game at? It was on Prime. By the way, I enjoy the Prime broadcast. I didn't think I would. I really do, though. I think that they do a good job. $20 to 9, Dallas trails. When did this get so? It's funny they're talking on the broadcast, and I'm not going to say they're completely wrong. The Lions have played well on defense, especially at key moments. That's what I said earlier. They've gotten 2 sacks and they were at 2 big moments. But in saying that, Dallas has moved the ball well, and it's been penalties. Again, penalties, penalties, penalties. Jeez. Ooh. Dak 16 of 21, 154 yards, sacked 3 times. Sorry, 2 of them were big. But Dak's having a solid game. The offense has moved the ball well. It's just been the 1 turnover and the penalties. And I'm like you, Intern Noe, as I know you're coming back. I am very impressed with St. Brown, and I really thought if he played tonight, it would almost be a detriment. He doesn't even look like he's hurt.
Yeah, it's like fake news. Like, why did he quit on the team on Thanksgiving against the Packers? He seems like he's never been hurt. He should have been out for 2 weeks. Why is he playing?
Because God hates the Cowboys.
I call shenanigans. I want him to be tested.
Whoa.
Just saying.
So how do you feel about the game?
This is one of those games where I think the Cowboys are going to let a winnable game slip away. They're getting pass rush, they're moving the ball, but the penalties and letting Gibbs be Gibbs is just killing them. I really think that they're going to lose this game, waste an opportunity to possibly win the division and get into the playoffs. I'm not sure how much they would do. If they play like this, then I don't really see them going far anyway. So it might just be better for them to just not get into the playoffs. How about you?
I think they could win. I mean, I don't know if they go to the Super Bowl, but I have said that we've literally had this conversation that I almost feel like you would actually see Dallas break that second division game thing if they're not 12-5 and at home. You know, if they have to go on the road and win a wild card game and then go on the road and play a division team, I think you could see them because they're the underdogs. I think Dallas, and it's just I don't I know we've had this discussion, but I mean in the moment it's not any person's fault, but for some reason when Dallas is the favorite, that's when they spit the bit the most. And so I kind of would like it if they got in, you know, somehow found a way in jokingly 8-1, and then go on the road and you know you play a Packer team who you know they have a good record, but it's not. Packers don't scare me as a Cowboy fan.
A January game in Lambeau Field with Micah Parsons on the other side. Are you really sure you want that?
Have you seen Micah Parsons' playoff stats? Yes, I do actually.
At Lambeau Field, the
Okay.
Cowboys at the Packers. No, that actually no. You don't just say okay to that. That actually means something. There's history there.
There's history. History. Okay, you know me. I am a history guy on everything, world history, sports history, and all that. But in 2025 or 2026, when the game would be played, the history of that rivalry means crap. It's simply those two teams on the field. Period.
I'm just saying, classic, the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. Cowboys there. I don't like the chances for the Cowboys if they go to Green Bay. That's just going to be a tough matchup. By that point, the Packers would have shored up a lot of their defensive problems they've been having, and they've still played well defensively, but they've had some problems. Uh, uh, Actually, one game noticeably just not getting a pass rush, which is ironic. But yeah, I don't like our chances if the Cowboys have to go to Green Bay.
Well, I mean, again, if you're on the road in the playoffs, you're going to be the underdog unless you get lucky and get an AFC or NFC South opponent as hosting a division. So, yeah, I mean, you're right on that 100%.
No, I think the Cowboy. I think like, it could be like this game where the Cowboys' defensive line could dominate the Packers' offensive line. Uh, and with the addition of Quentin Williams and Logan Wilson and the healthy DeMarvin Overshone, I could see them getting to Jordan Love better than the Cowboys got to Jordan Love in the wild card game a couple of seasons ago. Um, but yeah, I definitely don't want to go to Green Bay for a playoff game for sure, at all. I'm not saying they'll lose, but I don't like the chances.
Yeah, again, you're on the road in the playoffs 9 times out of 10. You are the underdog. I'm not
Yeah.
claiming that. I'm just saying I think Dallas would break that divisional curse the year we least expect it. The year they back into the playoffs or sneak in or win on the last week and they have to go on the road.
Dude,
Maybe they're the ones.
Dude, that's a great point. 2022, they were still 12-5, but the Eagles won the division. They had to go to Tampa to play the Buccaneers against Tom Brady, who the Cowboys have never beaten. And the Cowboys got their one win against Tom Brady, which ended up being his final game of his professional career. So yeah, the actually Cowboys sometimes in history has shown sometimes the Cowboys actually do play better when their backs against the wall.
The weird thing about that is that technically Tom Brady still technically finished unbeaten against the Cowboys.
In the regular season?
Yeah, because playoff stuff doesn't count. Is that not weird? Playoff stats don't count.
And when they're the most important stats.
They're the most important. You're playing the best teams that year. And you go look at teams like Dallas where go look at how many yards Emmitt Smith had in just the playoffs. Michael Irvin had in just the playoffs. Hell, even Alvin Harper had in just the playoffs. And you're talking about you're adding 1,000 yards, 1,500 yards, 10 more touchdowns to guys' career. Now, for Irvin and Smith, it doesn't really matter. But for borderline Hall of Fame players, that's the stats that they miss and you'll never get. Baseball at least does postseason stats. And I know technically the NFL does too, but baseball, they're very big in postseason stats. Just like Garcia for the Rangers, he broke so many postseason stats. Now he's not going to make the Hall of Fame, but if he was a borderline player, those stats would be one of the main reasons he gets in.
Yeah, for sure. Depends on how the rest of Garcia's career. I mean, apparently he's not going to be a Texas Ranger next season, but we'll see what happens there.
He would have to. He doesn't have time to become a Hall of Famer. I mean, he would have to break Roger Maris like it's still there. He'd have to break Barry Bonds' record. He'd have to roid up, Hulk Hogan it, and have 5 years of 65 home runs to put him in that. But just because people forget he was a late starter. Him and Nelson Cruz kind of had the same career path because Nelson Cruz was always a guy that for 3 or 4, or really more like 4 or 5 years was always almost there. And then finally he broke through, but it was later in his career.
You know, we do a Hall of Fame or Hall of Very Good shorts series on this channel. Baseball would be a good one because Nelson Cruz, I think he is a Hall of Famer.
Nelson Cruz?
Think about what happened with the rest of his career. He kept swinging. If you look at his stats and his longevity,
he won't get in because of the PEDs. Until they start letting PED players
like
in,
Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens. Yeah, that part I agree. Yeah.
And by the way, Nelson Cruz actually tested positive. The thing about Bonds and Clemens is when they played, steroids weren't illegal. In baseball, I mean, they're illegal in the world. And also, they never tested positive. That's the thing that frustrates me the most about that is people have been tagged and, oh, he's on steroids, want to vote him in. And I love David Ortiz. David Ortiz got in with the same stuff. Why? Because people like him. He's funny. He doesn't know Dustin Pedroia's name. Thought his name was Pee Wee. I am getting so tired of that story. It pops up in 5 different ways every day because all my shorts and reels are sports related. You know, because I send 90% of them to you.
Yeah.
All right.
Relation with the media is a very key factor, which it should not be, but it is a key factor in getting to the Hall of Fame.
All right. So Nelson Cruz, 464 home runs. That's good. 274 batting average. Now that's winning the league a couple of times. Back then, that was about where you wanted a power hitter to be. 7-time All-Star, 4-time Silver Slugger winner. But again, I think that he led the league in RBIs one time. He led the league in home runs one time. Oddly enough, that was the year after the Rangers when he went to Baltimore, and everybody thought he was done. But again, the 2 events, the World Series, fair or not, I don't even blame him. But Ranger fans do. Ranger fans are stupid, though. They hate John Daniels. That, to me, is one of the most irrational things about Ranger fans. And the Rangers always get mad because remember what Josh Hamilton said when he left? This isn't a baseball town. The fact that they hate John Daniels as much as they do as a group proves that. Because they all legitimately still think that Nolan Ryan was doing the drafting, that Nolan Ryan was making the moves, even though most of the team that became the World Series team was already in place before Nolan Ryan got to be basically what was be in front of the cameras, be our PR guy. You like going to the games, go to the games every night, all that. Ranger fans are so up Nolan Ryan's ass that they legitimately, like, that is an argument I have in Ranger Facebook groups all the time. They think Nolan Ryan built that team, and they hate John Daniels.
They really shouldn't hate John Daniels. Man, I will say Nolan Ryan did give a lot of the pitchers the influence to just, get their leg strength up. And
Nope. The
I will.
stats bear out that the Rangers, when Nolan Ryan came out and did all that and said all that, the Rangers starters did not go any longer than they ever did before. The bullpen is what made the starters were good. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't like Colby Lewis went from being a 5-inning starter to an 8-inning starter. He was still a 5-inning starter. And you could make the case that Nolan Ryan's insistence that Oganda and Feliz become starters ruined their careers.
Oh yeah, Oganda was definitely a relief pitcher to closer. No, but I really first play.
Did I not call this 100%? You're going to have a couple of just terrible turnovers. And I know this, here we go with the Dak. That's on Pickens right there. You got to make that catch, or at least you can't let it bounce off your hands like a lollipop.
Let's look at the replay.
Yeah, it's not really Pickens' fault either. That's just a it happens play. Oh, I love the linebacker trying to cut. Oh, watch. I know it sucks, but hey, they weren't making the playoffs anyway. Let's have fun. Look at the linebacker if they show it. He sees Dak, and he's like, I'm going back to my high school running back days. Watch, come on. Oh, they're not going to show it. He did a little shoulder dove to Dak. Oh, well. Cowboys will now score a couple touchdowns, make it a one-possession game with 2 minutes left. They'll get the ball at their own 10. We're going to be getting all excited because we're drunk, and it'll be 11 p.m., and then they'll poop.
That is not how you respond to getting the ball to start the second half. That was pretty terrible. Lions get the ball. They're at the 14. Catch immediately for a couple yards. Jameson Williams. Yeah, I think the Lions get a touchdown here. I mean, the thing is, they can get a field goal here, and it's still great. They'll be up 14, or they'll be up 15. No, wait. Because it's 20-9 now, yeah. So they get a touchdown and be up 18. So it could be a 3-score game, or just continue being, or it'll be continue to be a 2-score game. Oh, it's terrible, man. So it's just, in this type of game where it's just ugly, turnovers are a killer. And touchdown. Yep.
Boy,
So
Rebels
two
just
so two turnovers,
14 points.
14 points. That's the difference in this game. That
I I think Revel's going to be great, but he's having a terrible night tonight. Now, to be fair, he's going up against one of the best passing attacks in the league. But right there, in 2 years, he makes this interception, but he cuts his depth too short right here. See, he
mm,
should have already been turned. And again, I wonder if some of that is his knees not fluid. People don't
mm.
understand, man. When you tear an ACL, even in today's technology, it takes you a good 2 years before you feel comfortable flexing and moving that knee inside and out because you're so ready for that feeling when it doesn't, tearing an AC is just weird. ACL is weird. It doesn't really hurt, but it does. But more importantly, your knee just instantly stiffens up, and it's like 2 years before that relaxes.
Would you say it's equivalent to like a Tommy John surgery where you're healthy enough to go back the next
Yes,
year, but you're
exactly.
not really back to 100% until the following season?
Exactly. And with a Tommy John, it almost works the same. You can't really use your breaking pitch as much as you want to because and that's what tears. Yes, throwing hard. Everybody talks about the throwing hard. And yes, it's not throwing fastballs. It's throwing 95-mile-an-hour sliders. That's what's destroying arms. Because our arms are just not until we have a generational growth where evolution. That's how it works. You're going to have this, and then eventually these guys are going to be ready to throw 95 sliders, and it won't be a big issue. People used to think in the 80s that split finger fastballs destroyed arms, and that's why a lot of people they didn't like them. And now everybody knows that's not that. It was just it took an evolution, but yeah, it's exactly that. And so now Dallas is down 27. Now, I'm telling you, they're going to make a game of this though. Dallas is the kings of making a game late, which just frustrates you even more.
Yeah, like why did we get to this point?
See, I don't like this stat. They're saying like in the last 3 games, he's thrown for 314. Tonight, he's only thrown for 154. He's literally on pace to throw for about 312 to 13 yards. That's just
I,
that's one of
I,
those. What's that thing people say? You can 80% of the stats are made up or whatever it is. You can make
yeah.
stats read whatever you want. Because I would read that outside of the interception, which again wasn't his fault at all. I would read, oh, he's on pace to throw about 314 yards tonight. And he'll probably throw for more with where the game is.
Yeah, yeah. I'm glad they actually ran here. They haven't really done too much of that, but uh, yeah, it's just frustrating for me as a Cowboy fan when I see this because I saw what they did against the Eagles defense and the Chiefs defense, and I'm looking at the Lions defense. They're okay, but they're nowhere near close to the Chiefs or the Eagles, and the Cowboys are just struggling. Great catch. I'm assuming that's pass interference on the defense, but
Oh, it'll
the way
probably be
this
against
game is
Miami too.
going, it's going to be against the Cowboys.
There's a flag on the play. Cowboy receiver had too good of a catch.
Oh, they did call it on lines. Okay. Which I really shouldn't be complaining because all the pass interference calls on Thanksgiving that went the Cowboys' way, which they should have.
I mean,
Those
yeah,
were
those
pass.
weren't bad calls,
Yeah.
and I laugh at any Chief fan. And I'm not one of those. Look,
Oh,
I do
that's
not.
that is comical when Chiefs fans complain about the referees not calling.
And I want to say this: I don't believe in some big conspiracy. I don't think the NFL cares that the Chiefs win or not. That makes no sense. Dynasties happen whether the officials want to or not. But in saying that, all the benefits the Chiefs have gotten for them to bench on one game was just comical. Like, really? Like, look in the mirror, folks. I mean, Jesus. Sometimes as a Cowboy fan, I will say we've probably gotten more calls than we haven't over the years. I admit that. So you can still bitch about in the moment.
Yeah.
Prescott's his. I wonder,
Is something wrong with his legs? Like it's just
or is it his
very
arm? I mean, he's been fluttering all game. Well, it could be his leg. Remember, he's on the injury report with an
yeah,
ankle. That's a good
yeah.
point. I didn't even think about that. He can't drive the ball.
Once you lose those legs, man, that's it.
Yeah, see, the NFL's like, hey, the Cowboys are down. We got the Chiefs
Hey, Doug
watching.
DeFrancis,
Penalties.
or Doug with sorry, I pronounced your last name, but with the comment of the day, I'm starting to think these field goals aren't going to keep the Cowboys in this game. That analytical work is
Doug,
gold.
Doug, can you send your resume in? We need to hire you as our third guy on the outdrank the coverage. Oh my! Oh
That would have
no,
been a
no,
catch of the
no!
year
Oh
candidate
no,
there.
no, no! Okay, he's mad. Oh no, he is hurt.
No,
Oh
he's
man,
hurt.
that finger flex like a shoulder separation, dude. That almost looked up like okay. I think he's more frustrated. That almost was that Minnesota catch in 2020 as a rookie, which people
Yeah.
forget how great that catch is. Oh, he should have. That should count as a drop. I think that's more of a sting. The way I saw it, he was smiling when Prescott was over there, so I think it was more of a stinger.
Yeah, I mean, he's walking. Yeah, just sit him.
We'll have to see if he's back. He might not. I mean, if you have a stinger, he might be out.
Yeah. What a long season. Ups and downs. It's just frustrating because you beat the teams that played in Super Bowl 58 or 59, excuse me. And now
Well,
they're just
as Doug, since you're in here, as you and I said, Dallas and UT beat the teams ahead of them, and then they tend to lose to the teams they're right at with or lower, like Texas with Florida this year.
Yep, you did say that earlier. Yeah.
And again, this loss in no way eliminates Dallas. And I said it in the thing. I said 28-27. It's weird. I thought going in Dallas was going to lose this game. That's just the way football works. Literally what you said. You just beat the Eagles and the Chiefs. Both of them at home, though. Now you go on the road against a wounded Lions team that's hurt, but that they still have a lot of their talent in. I always expected them to lose this game, but to see them lose it because of their own shit is what frustrates me.
Exactly. When you 2 turnovers lead to 14 points, that means you know you were in the game and then you self-destructed.
Wow. Yeah,
That's
I don't think Prescott's healthy. I mean, he's still playing well, but his throws are just not. Yeah, you got to go for it.
they're
Yeah,
gonna
you
go
don't
for
kick
it.
a field goal.
If they kick a field goal, it's a 2-score game. That's the one save. Right now, it's a 3-score game at 18 points.
I just feel like you need a touchdown for your psyche at this point,
I agree with you because right now they're just edging.
and I don't think they will. But I think you have to at least try.
Either you convert or you just don't, and the game's over.
The game ain't quite over.
Nah, it's over. You're down by 18. You don't convert on fourth and 9 or whatever it is. Oh, converted! Like I told you would happen.
And then he fumbled, and the Cowboys recover for it. Oh wait, it won't count. It won't count as a touchdown. He'll get the first down, but it'll go back because you can't fumble forward a fourth down ball.
AKA Allah, the Holy Roller in 1978, the
Yeah.
Chargers and the Raiders. John Madden's last year. One of the greatest, craziest ways to end a game.
That I wish this is one of those where we need a producer that could pull that up because that is one of the funniest plays because he's just batting the ball down the field.
Yeah.
And we're not talking a yard or two. We're talking like 7 yards.
Literally a holy roller. It was going down. And
You know, the weird thing is, I don't think they changed the rule for a few years after, though. It wasn't like that was the next year rule. I think it still was a few years before they changed it.
yeah, and now the NFL is more like, okay, this is going to be eliminated immediately. I still remember, switching to a different sport, hockey, when Sean Avery was all over the crease of Martin Brodeur, just distracting him.
Pissing
And,
him off.
and it was not even the next season. It was like the next game they changed the rule. I always liked Sean Avery, but he only played well when he was with the Rangers.
Dude, he is one of the biggest stars bust of a signing. He didn't want to
Like
be
I said,
there.
he only played well with the Rangers. He didn't
Oh,
really
and he
play well with
admitted
any
he
other
didn't want to
team.
be in Dallas. He took it for the money, and he acted like that. And you know that was a weird era of the Stars where they were winding down, but they were still good enough that if he'd have played to his potential. Speaking of the Stars, man, they have scored in points. And if you know hockey, you know what I mean. Touchdown Dallas. Good response. Legitimately a great response for the Cowboys.
Sip, 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 sip,
Glad
sip,
that we said
sip,
that
sip,
word for
sip,
word
sip,
at the
sip.
same time.
Everybody. Did Javante get to 1,000 yards? Let me check. I think he needed 45.
Because he's been. You said they weren't running a lot. I feel like they've ran him 15 times or so.
I just say stuff just to say
Ah,
stuff.
crap. Lamb's going back to the locker room.
All right. So Javonte Williams is at I think he got right at 1,000 yards. He's at 45 right now.
Shut him down. I love thousand. I really do. I love 1,000 yards on the dot. I just think that is one of the coolest numbers.
He came because of Ricky Williams. Was it 2000 where he got hurt after 10 games, but got to 1,000 yards exactly on the dot?
I think he got hurt on the thousandth yard,
Yeah,
if I'm not
that's
mistaken.
that's what it was. Yeah, yeah.
I just always
Uh,
have liked it anyway. It's funny because Grant and I were talking. You want to talk about high school evolution,
mhm.
dude? Back in our day, well, yours is a little bit different because you played in when the spread became a thing. But like in the '80s, if your quarterback got 1,000 yards for the season's throwing, we throw the ball so much.
Yeah.
Oh my God! When Marshall, my hometown, won state in 1990. All the papers were like, this is a high flying offense. And I mean, we statted out, but like we ran the ball like 68% of the time, but we were high flying because we had three quarterbacks in back to back years all get at least 1,000 yards in the regular season.
This
Hey,
is not
speaking of,
your grandfather's Marshall Mavericks.
by the way, in high school, stats count in the postseason.
Oh,
In
okay, that's good.
college, stats count. That's a new rule. It's only been around I say new, it's probably been 15 years, but
Mhm.
that's another one. If you add up some of these guys who were prolific running backs who back then, especially in the 60s and 70s before you left your junior year, add their 4 bowl games where they all would get like 180 yards. I mean, that's a mini season right there. The NFL, I really believe the NFL needs to make postseason stats count.
Yeah, I think I agree because they do it to an extent with coaching wins, but yeah, they don't really. It's really all about regular season for sure.
And
Uh,
it's weird because you said it best. The postseasons win stats not only because the wins, of course, matter, but you're in theory playing the best of the best of the best, especially when you get to the AFC and NFC title games, and you have a quarterback that throws for 380 yards. Those 380 are more important than in week 4 of the season.
yeah, I agree. So I was just looking again. Javonte Williams came into the game with 955 rushing yards.
Mhm.
He had with that touchdown, he got to 45, which would get him to exactly 1,000 yards. So congratulations, career year for Javonte Williams.
Don't
He
don't you can't say that yet. Do you not remember what almost happened to Emmitt Smith?
okay.
You don't
What?
remember when he broke the record? Well, first off,
Oh,
he should have scored on the play. I can't remember who it was. Was that Chancellor's rookie year? No, that was two. No, Chancellor. Yeah, he wasn't there. Right? But anyway, I can't remember. The safety just made a great tackle. Emmett almost scored, and then the very next play, he gets hit in the backfield and loses 3 or 4 yards, and has almost lost the record and would have had to have gotten it again after the 30-minute, love and all that. God, how terrible would that have been if he'd have blown his knee out, finishes 1 yard short after breaking the record, but then losing the record?
I think he was 33 years old in 2002. So yeah, he would not have returned.
All right. I mean, again, everything that Dallas has done bad, they have this game right where they were to start the second half.
Yeah, it's
Oh, they're saying
6.
ahead.
He had a
Oh, it's a
concussion?
concussion.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
not. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, dude. He got
Yeah.
digged.
Ugh. He gone. Yeah.
I'm fine. Look, the fan in me, of course, I want to hate it, but I am totally fine with that, dude. We got to get
I'd
these
rather him be
guys.
healthy. Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure.
And
I
just
care about his
long
health.
term, just
Yeah.
long term too. Oh, dude.
Got him. Got him.
I would
Good,
say
good.
I mean, they ended up getting him, but the play Gibbs made to break Dante Fowler's first penetration. And by the way, Fowler, do you realize he keeps statting out as one of the best defensive ends because he's kind of turned into a smaller DeMarcus Lawrence, where he's really good against the run. By the way, give DeMarcus Lawrence credit. He has really started to play well for Seattle. And Seattle, they became I think, first team. I think if I remember this right, the first team to have 2 different guys score 2 defensive touchdowns in the same season. Because what's his name for him did it last week.
That's pretty awesome because right now with Mike McDonald in his second season, That defensive line is probably the best I've seen in the NFL this season. Leonard
And
Williams, DeMarcus Lawrence, they're a formidable front.
it's all
They look
worker bees too, man. It's not like a Micah Parsons on there. It's all of them, and they spread the sacks out. They get to the backfield. They play the run well. I know everybody wants to say, "Oh, well, Seattle will find that floor again," but more and more, I think they're a top 3 team in the NFC.
they're 9-3, just like the Rams. They got to play again. If the Seahawks can win this one, get
Oh
home
my
field.
God!
That's gonna kill the Cowboys.
I mean, look, I want to be frustrated, but that right now is maybe the second or third best running back in the league, maybe the best in space. You're going to get beat like this if you play a defense that allows this to happen.
You got to key on this guy.
Oh, I hope Bland didn't just tear his knee.
You got to key on. Like you got to have at least 2 players on him. Apparently, that's gonna be frustrating because that could happen. I mean, you and I both saw what happened with Rico Dowdle when Carolina and Dallas played. He just ran all over the Cowboys.
I don't remember who it was on the pregame, and I know that they have production meetings where you talk to the teams and you get fed things. But one of them was like they felt that with Laporta being out and we didn't know what Brown was going to be, he felt that Gibbs would probably get multiple options in the passing game, and he's already got 51 receptions. And you can make the case that Gibbs in the passing game has been the biggest killer of the defense tonight.
Yeah, he's just in general been the biggest killer. Play action, wide open, catch,
Okay, he
first
wasn't
down.
wide open. That was a great play.
Hey, it was wide open.
Rebels, he's having a night, but as a rookie corner in the NFL, you're going to have these nights. We all can't be a white Cooper DeJean. Of course, Cooper DeJean is also like the most protected corner with the defense around him. And he still has one regular season. He has one regular season interception.
But his first interception is probably the most memorable because it was a pick 6 in the Super Bowl. So
Dude,
I think it was on his birthday too. I think his
Yeah, I
birthday
think it
fell.
was.
Yeah.
Revel's close. I know he's having a bad game, but he's a step behind. And that's again, injury, but also just being a rookie. I'm excited. I was excited when he got drafted. I told you that on draft night or whenever it was. I think he was drafted the next day, but I was excited about him because he had been projected as a higher pick until he tore his knee up. But still, in the NFL, that blows my mind. I know you'll get some guys who, once they tear their ACL, like Michael Gallup. Michael Gallup never got it back, but it's because he never was fast in the first place. Mm-hmm. Revel was a fast guy. Why would you not go like, hey, yeah, he tore his knee, but this dude's going to be a force. Let's get him. Why do you? That's just a weird thing to me. NFL scouting and drafting is just so odd.
Goff drops back, screen. Oh, just abuse them.
I mean, he should. Gibbs is probably 40 pounds heavier than Bland. I remember a guy, I think it was the guy that was a Rockies. He worked in the Rockies front office and he worked in the NFL. And he said it was really weird how the scouting and just how everything, like he said, in baseball, you find the best player and you try to find all the best traits. He said in football, it almost feels like you're trying to figure out what is wrong with the player and not necessarily what he's good at. Like you get too worried in the NFL about, well, if he can't, his elbow drops a quarter of an inch or when he throws, or he's 6'1" instead of 6'2". Oh, big. Now this is where he needs to go for it. If you're Dan Campbell, you go for it right here.
Incomplete. I figured they'll just go for a field. Yep, they're going for a field goal.
I would go for it if I'm them.
They're up by they're up by 2 scores. They're just going to kick a field goal, be up by 2 touchdowns.
Okay, so you're still up. You're not
2 scores. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, most teams. Yeah, receivers in the wrong route. I think St. Brown was expecting that. I'm not saying kicking a field goal is bad here, but I'm like you. I figured Campbell, this would be the perfect. You go for it.
It could always be a fake field goal. Let's see what happens with Bates.
Oregon.
Oh, miss.
Don't Leon let. Leon let sitting at home trying to run into the TV.
I got it, coach. I got it, Jimmy.
Dude,
block.
Did we not say this a couple weeks? It might even have been the last Monday night broadcast. Sam Williams is the new. He's almost good, but he's not consistent linebacker that Dallas. And I'm pretty sure all teams have these type of players, but we notice it because it's Dallas. And we talked about it. Kevin Burnett. There's a couple others that they have a good run, but they don't quite ever feel like they get as good as you think they should be. This is a weird
Bruce
one.
Carter.
Bruce Carter was the other one. Yeah. Those are the biggest that I remember. And it's funny because Bruce 54, Sam Williams 54.
Oh, yeah.
And Sam Williams the last month has really turned it around. Now, maybe, having Overshawn has helped him a little bit. He's been able to be more of a pass rusher. And on special teams, he's always been good.
I just realized you made the right call.
What?
I guess Dan Campbell should have went for it on fourth down.
I really did. I really felt like I more of just like you even said it at the beginning of the show. Like, hey, this is what Dan Campbell does. I feel like he probably in his mind outthought himself there. Probably was like, I don't want to go for it. They just scored a touchdown. If we go for it and miss it, they've got momentum. And he went conservative. Instead, they block it. And I contend that blocking a field goal gives you more adrenaline than stopping a fourth down on a 4th and 5.
He outthought the coverage.
He outthought the sips.
Sip, 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 sip. All right. So I have that thing now that I hate to feel with the Cowboys. It's called positivity. It's called
I told you
hope.
It's gonna happen. I told you they're going to lose, but they're going to get close enough that it just kicks you in the nuts even more.
Oh,
Especially
man.
when they come out tomorrow and say CeeDee Lamb is taking the Trayvon Diggs concussion protocol. He'll be out for the rest of the year.
Then I'll just stop watching. I don't think the coverage has had a sad end.
That's what the Red Zone's for.
Yeah. Mavericks have won 3 in a row. They might have found a long-term solution at point guard and Ryan Nebhard from Gonzaga.
Yeah,
He's had a pretty good stretch there.
The Knicks thought that about a certain Asian guy a few years ago, and that was a good 18-year run. Look, the one thing about it that I'm not going to say fair or not, we have on this show and in person and on Facebook, I'm tired of the whole Nico and Luka. It's time to let it go. It sucks. If you didn't like the trade, none of us like the trade again. I still will contend Luka kind of proved their point by coming, now I need to get into shape. But I appreciated people saying, that trade, blah, blah, blah. But it's not really fair to Nico because we haven't seen the team that he put on the court. Now, we can also say, because we all knew that, street clothes Davis is never healthy. But when he's playing, this Dallas roster, if they can survive till Irving, can still be a force, especially with now how play-ins work and things like that.
First down Cowboys. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. If they continue this trend, I mean, Cooper Flagg's been pretty good. Davis, when healthy, is good. Nembhard,
Cooper Flagg, the youngest guy ever in the NBA to score 35 points in a game. That's crazy.
Pretty dope. Pretty dope.
I mean, you got to remember, we're in an era. There was an era where it was like 13-year-olds basically playing. I think the Lakers drafted a 7th round or a 7th grader once. By the way, intern for that. We hold our cups up. Vio con Dios, Eldon Campbell, who passed away at 51 years old, sadly. Always one of my favorite Lakers. I don't know why. As you know, there was a time when I was a Laker fan, and he was in that last transition era where they were still competitive, but they weren't the Lakers. I just always liked him. He was always a quiet guy, and he just went out and did his work.
Mario agrees.
Yeah, the Dak's passing is he's not struggling like he's not having good mechanics. He can't push off. You can tell because, and I know I hate how people see a player. Golly, Dallas. At least you get second down again because you're in 4-down territory at this point. But anyway, people will be, Dak can't throw the ball down the field. Dak throws one of the prettiest balls, but every ball tonight has a flutter to it. And I was thinking his arm, but you're right. He's not being able to drive.
Let's look at his foot here.
Yeah, see, he has that back foot back. He's not driving forward. And I don't think it's a mechanics thing. I think he can't really push off that foot. So he's trying to use the back foot to do all the work.
Over the middle, caught.
I know Ferguson has had a tough game, but man, he makes some hella catches, dude.
Yeah. Look, I want my star players to have a short-term memory. So if they make a mistake, it sucks in the moment, but the game is not over. It's still a two-score game, but yeah. Even if they get a field goal, it'll be a one-score game. I'd rather them score a touchdown that capitalize off the missed field goal, but any points I'll be happy with. Right now they're in field goal range. Wide open, get
Oh,
some yards.
come
You know
on.
it's coming back. He was way too open. Line's already signaling. He was way too open. Flournoy's not even like complaining about it.
Yeah, they say Pickens had a pick.
George with the pick ends. Terrible. Doug says, so you're saying field goals might keep him in the game. Possibly. If they kick a field goal here, it'll be 8-point game. So yeah, technically, yes.
That is
Like how
crazy.
Doug corrected himself there.
Doug, a UT alum, huge UT fan. Doug, I don't know if you ever listened to our college stuff. So I said this at the beginning of the year. I've always said Dallas or Texas's national championship best chances would be next year. And I still contend that, especially with how Archie Manning's finished the season. All right, so
Incomplete.
now it's 3rd down and 19. I don't even know if you're in field goal position.
George just Pickens is over there raising his hand like throw the flag. I'm like, no, that was just good coverage by Reed.
Pickens has had a tough game tonight.
Yeah, which is crazy because I wouldn't consider these corners elite, but they're struggling mightily. All right, let's see if Aubrey can make it an 8-point game.
Oh, 63-yarder. He'll miss this.
Yeah.
Oh, no, this one he'll drive right down the day. Nothing. Half sip. Remember that's how we used to do it? Half sip.
Half sip.
A sip. A T-sip, mofo.
And you know, I got Aubrey. Let me see how he's doing in my Dynasty League because I haven't playing. I try to get him in every fantasy football league that I can because he's definitely the Cowboys GOAT MVP every year since he's been. Let's see here.
You know, if you heard about and it's not just him now. I mean, hell, he doesn't even own the record. But have you heard what's called the Brandon Aubrey rule in fantasy football?
What is it?
No bonuses for the 50s anymore. Remember that used to be the thing.
Oh, yeah. So I have 21 points from Aubrey right now.
Exactly, because you've in the league, you still got the 50 point or the 50-yard bonuses.
It's yeah. I have from 50 and also 60.
Yeah. And in our leagues, we like scoring. We want everybody to have fun and score a bunch. I don't know why my team couldn't this year. I have fired my GM in both leagues. I've hired Jerry Jones. He'll take care of everything. But you know what? I'm fine with it, dude. I'm a double winner. I've won one league twice. I remember, of course, Pete never won another one, but in the first season, he said, hey, I've won multiple. Sometimes you just have to have the season. And the weirdest thing, though, is in the other leagues. I'm in 7 leagues this year. I always do odd because I want to have a winning record. You know, I don't want to finish the year like even. That's my Yahoo fantasy football profile. I started in 2015. I had like 3 terrible years, and for some reason, I decided I had to fix it, and it's taken me 6 years to get it to where I'm like 25 games over 500 and all. But in our 2 leagues, I suck. In my other 5 leagues, I'm going to make the playoffs in 3 of them and probably will make the playoffs in 1 of them. So I will make the playoffs in 4 out of 7 leagues, but 2 of them are our league. Hey, Frank, the tank.
You actually might make it in our 8-team league because we have 6 teams that make the playoffs because I forgot to change it.
I need a lot to happen. Yeah, I noticed that too, by the way, because I ain't gonna lie, on our leagues, I just make sure my guys are healthy. Look, in the 10 league, I did have the injuries. Every guy that got hurt, their backup got hurt. That was, of anything. I mean, at one point I was rolling out Bo Nix, and Bo Nix is a fun quarterback, but like he's a 15-point guy most games. But that's because Burrows got hurt. And then, I can't remember who else I had. I can't remember who it was. It was somebody else, and they got hurt. But anyway,
Frank, he's still not doing well over what's going on with the Raiders this season, so he has to take it out on the
oh,
Cowboys.
Frank, what is worse, the Raiders or Oklahoma State, or the fact that it all happened in the same year?
Poor guy. Take it easy on him.
Mario Bo Nix is killing me all day. Like he's hurt, like you have him as a quarterback because I agree. And the one time I benched him at one point and went with I think Daniel Jones. That was one of the Bo Nix 325-yard 3-touchdown game, and Daniel had it was an okay game, but it was just a normal like 18.
That was the Cowboy game.
Shut up! I knew that, and I wasn't gonna say that. Thanks.
I think they had one blowout this season. It was against the Cowboys.
Man, and I know the defense have changed, but shoot, our guys can't even stand up before the play.
Oh, not a good. Oh, God. Lions almost get 10 yards and a first down.
This is why the Lions with their two-headed running back, and I still don't understand Chicago's thinking with Montgomery, but the Lions got him for such a honey of a deal. You've got Gibbs, I think, still on his rookie contract. So you've got two guys who easily both could be 1,200-yard rushers on low cap deals. That's why I say that window closes every year because eventually you got to pay them, especially Gibbs. Montgomery probably won't get a big contract. He's 27 now. He's, how they feel with the running backs. But Gibbs, you're going to have to pay if you want to keep him.
Yeah, they'll Jamal Williams, David Montgomery for sure, because Jamal Williams was the plugger with Swift.
Yep.
Like 3 seasons ago, and they got rid of him immediately. But he scored like almost 20 touchdowns for them that season.
Well, hell, that 1 year with the Rams, he had a bunch of touchdowns because they just used him around the goal line. And the Saints. And by the way, Jamal Williams has got the goofiest face in the NFL.
Well, there was that season with the Saints where Jamal Williams only scored one touchdown. It was at the end of the season.
That was pretty.
And Jared Goff being elusive.
We're just going to make something up on Dallas.
Okay. Frank says Doug is the devil. Okay.
Because Doug likes to dig Frank about Oklahoma State.
Hey, the Pokes got got a really good head coach.
Eric by the way, Frank, I think Oklahoma State might have got the best coach of the cycle this season. Yeah. And if they start, and look, the Big 12, there is no reason why Oklahoma State is not one of the top teams year in and year out in the Big 12. There is no reason why. I mean, you've got Oklahoma to yourself as far as you don't have to battle Oklahoma for in-conference recruits. And Oklahoma fishes Texas more than they do Oklahoma anyway.
Oh.
This is the issue when you look at this game. Like, how can you get mad at any of that? Dallas did everything right there. Goff, under pressure, completed a pass to a very covered wide receiver, and Jameson Williams probably bet on if he'd catch that ball. Get it? Get it? You don't get it.
Yes, I get it. That's a good job by Kenny Clark.
I mean, this is played as good as you can.
I mean, the matchup there was, okay.
I mean, again, the Lions wide receiver core is so stacked. I see now why they got rid of TJ. I don't think Sam Laporta's probably there through his rookie deal. I think this is a team that needs a blocking tight end and just run trips and 3 wide all game.
Into the game, D. Campbell. Now, Tesla has been not bad for them too since Laporta has gone, has been hurt.
Yep, agreed. What a fun quarter. Like, again, this is Dallas. They have the worst start to the quarter, yet somehow or just 8 points down. I mean, that's just, and that's the NFL these days, man.
Sip
Whoa,
time.
the
Fourth
Lions.
quarter.
Detroit has a lion on Ford Field. Fourth quarter
Hey,
shot, not
fourth-
sip. Shot.
oh, okay.
Shot.
Full, not just a little sip, but a full blown Z.
I am about to do to this football bottle what Noe does on a Friday night. I'm gonna suck it.
Oh, you just drink it out the bottle. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Cowboys down by 8 going into the fourth quarter. I don't like their chances because the Lions are already driving. They're in. I think they're almost in field goal position.
Again, Dallas will keep it a one possession game. I mean, I think the Lions will score, but then Dallas will score back. We're going to have a point in the game where Dallas has the ball under 3 minutes with a chance to tie. And Dallas will either go down and tie or 3 and out. There will be no in between because that's how their offense has been this year. They either finish the drive or never get it started. There's never an in between. Speaking of, who had Drake May as the NFL MVP frontrunner on their scorecard to begin the year?
Nobody. Nobody at all
Do
because
the
you did not
Patriots?
know. Huh?
I was just like, do the Patriots? I don't mean this long term, but I feel like this is a little bit of a fool's gold team this year. Like, I just feel like this is going to be a team that hosts a Pittsburgh in the first round of the playoffs or second round, maybe, and then gets beat 21-7 because the offense can't do anything all day. I don't know why. And look, I know Mario probably loved him. I always thought Mike Vrabel got really overrated as a coach for one fluke year with Ryan Tannehill, but I will give him credit. They have done a great job this year, but I don't trust this Patriots team this year.
Everything fell right. They're healthy. They have a soft schedule, and they built a line to protect Drake May. Because you saw the brilliance of Drake May last season when he had some time. He was unflappable. He could make some throws, but they don't have a number one receiver. I'm not. Diggs is not a number one receiver anymore. He does have the spurts where he'll get 9 catches for 123 yards and 2 touchdowns, but it's never consistent. Kayshawn Boutte eventually will be a number one guy, but I just don't really see them having the offensive firepower to win a playoff game this season. Great story. I
Dude.
think they can build off of it,
Oh yeah.
but
I think the future's bright. I think they need
yeah,
I'm like you. I think they need more. Or maybe they're going to do the Josh Allen route, and Drake May never has number one. It's always number two, a bunch of number twos.
Frank and Mario agree with you. I think Doug does as
But is
well.
this not the most NFL things? Picture this. Picture this, everybody. Round 2 of the playoffs. Kansas City goes into New England and skull F's them like 28-10.
Or as everybody says, boat races, because you can say boat race even though you really mean I'm not gonna say
Well, why is it always about race with you, man? I
it.
don't see color. No, really.
You just assume everybody's white.
Yeah, I just hate everybody.
I love that Stephen Colbert line.
Yeah. I always like the other one. I don't see color. No, really, I don't. I'm colorblind. I just see gray. All
You
right,
gray
Dallas,
piece of trash.
you got a first down and 15. How is that's a hold? That's not a
Flag, flag.
that flag wasn't called for the hold behind in the backfield. It's offsides Dallas actually. Wait, what? But that was a hold. Like 92 got his
Yeah.
arm literally dragged back. Yeah, it's an offsides.
Hmm. Well, congratulations to the Lions. I mean,
No, you still got there's still many yards to go. Many yards and many lives we all live in the days.
How many losses can the Cowboys have to realistically have a shot at making the playoffs?
They have to win out after this one. They had one loss. I mean, again, even if they win completely out, it's not a guarantee.
Yeah.
But if you want to be at least realistic, you can only have this loss. You have to win out. Now, in saying that, their schedule, they can win out. Like there's not anybody left that you just go, oh, that's a loss. Like there's no way they can win that game. So it's viable. And I told you this at the beginning of this week. This was always a loss to me. I just the Lions at home. They're just as in danger as Dallas, and just like Dallas against the Chiefs and Dallas against the Eagles, at home is just different. If you could ever crack that egg like the Niners did in the 80s, where they won like 17 straight road games, then you would be the best football team in history. But it's always going to be 500 on the road is a good season. Another
Back to
hold.
the pass. Out of bounds. Out of
I don't know,
bounds.
man, but that's another hold.
Tesla.
Thank you.
I think the referee said, "You're welcome, Terry."
Yeah, he did. He said, sorry about that, man. We missed that other one.
Oh, Doug is giving Cowboys a shot at the division.
Oh, I definitely think they still have a shot. I don't trust the Eagles right now, man. Like, there is nothing about the Eagles that make me think, oh,
It just depends. Like, do they go where what happened last season when Kellen Moore changed his offensive scheme to where they're more run heavy and very selective with their play or their
but they've been
passing
doing
game?
that. They've been doing that and still losing because they're not running the ball like they did last year.
They're passing a lot more now.
Saquon
And so
Barkley,
AJ Brown hasn't complained in a while, but they're losing.
but Barkley hasn't. Barkley has been a massive disappointment this year. Like, legitimately, he has struggled. He doesn't look the same as he did last year. Going back to Dallas, so they finish out the year. They got 4 games: Vikings, Chargers, Commanders, and Giants. They host the Vikings, they host the Chargers, they're on the road to finish against the Commanders and the Giants. Now, the one thing about the whole road thing in division doesn't really hold as much water because you see those teams on the road every year. You understand that. In fact, Washington and Dallas, Philly and Dallas always split their homes. Washington and Dallas will beat each other on the road all the time. I mean, that goes all the way back, in the 70s. But so I mean, yeah, Dallas legitimately has a very good chance to win out after this game. I mean, and they still could come back in this game. It's not like they're almost in desperate mode, not quite there. But more importantly, again, you go win the next 4, and then you just have to, let's see where the season ends. I still say that there's gonna be teams at the bottom of the NFC that will start to backtrack a little bit, like the Bears. Dude, the Bears are just like the Bears are worse than the Patriots on
Number
trust.
1 seed.
Yeah, and I could see them easily not making the playoffs. Like, I could see them because they're just.
Well, my favorites. Oh, nice. 4th down.
That was one of Overshawn's best hits. Oh, Jameson's asking to be a helmet to helmet. All right, so you kick a field goal. It's now, what's the math, Noe?
It'll be, if they kick the field goal successfully, it'll be 11 points. So it'll still be 2-score game.
8-3, 8-3, 3-8,
Yeah.
3-3, the way the Cowboys.
Or 2 touchdowns. Get this W.
How about we just block it right now and return it?
Sam Williams.
Good kick.
That's good. Yeah.
Sometimes you see a kicker after he gets blocked, he tries to overkick it, and they'll hook it. But that was a good kick. He's a great kicker. Underrated. What, are you a Michigan State kicker or Michigan?
I don't remember. I can look him. Mr. Jacques Bates. He went to Arkansas, actually.
Oh, Arkansas. Wow.
Yeah. Your favorite college,
Oh,
if
that's
I'm not
right. He
mistaken.
is from Tomball, Texas. He
Oh,
played for
okay.
it was Texas State and then Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Arkansas, home of the cousin. Well,
The cousin boat racers. Is
Yeah.
that what you wanted to say?
this is why I thought Michigan. He kicked for the Michigan Panthers in the UFL.
Oh, okay. Frank says the NFL has a bad regression to the mean problem. Some folks may love it, but we don't have 3 to 4 dominant teams anymore. Well, salary cap will do it to you.
Yeah, but I mean, for 20 years of the salary cap, you had a Peyton Manning led team, whether it be the Broncos or the Colts. You had the Patriots. You had Green Bay. You had Pittsburgh.
It was a different era, though. Well, but
But I mean, it was still salary cap. I'm saying like this. I don't know
yeah,
if
but like
I don't-
at that point, it was if you get an all-time great quarterback, you can just spend little at certain places because that quarterback will make up for it.
or and I still love him, but you don't take $60 million as your quarterback. You take $40 million. You still live the high life. Never have to worry about wealth. You have generational wealth, and you help your team in the salary cap.
Which Brady and Patrick Mahomes did. They both took discounts so they could build a really good team around them.
And again, I am so on that line of I get your bag, but also understand if you get your bag and it's a big bag, you are hamstringing your team. So you have to accept that. You can't bitch and be like, well, we need to do this or we need not that Dak does that, but I mean I'm just saying you can't even do that behind
Never, yeah, I agree with you. Never complain.
because now Dallas has 3 great interior linemen, and they might, and they say they're gonna, they'll figure it out, but they might have to let one of them go because you've now got 20 million tied up in 3 players on the defense. Now, I have no problem with that. What you have to do then is you draft people that can start immediately, that are impactful, and they're on rookie deals, and you churn them like the Patriots used to do with their defensive guys. The old joke was the Patriots would get somebody, they'd go get his bag, and then they'd come back after they failed at the other team. What was it? Jamie Collins? Wasn't that his name? They just kept coming back, kind of like that left-handed pitcher for the Braves. He goes somewhere else and he sucks, and then they bring him back to the Braves, and he has like a 2.2 ERA. That's what the Patriots used to do, though. They were always churning the bottom half of their starters.
You're either talking about Sean Avery, not Sean Avery, Steve Avery, or Kent Merker.
No. Right now, his name's like Suarez.
Oh, right now. Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's been a Ranger twice too, and he always struggles outside of Atlanta. But then when Atlanta brings him, he tends to just do amazing.
Don't run. Okay.
No, that's smart. That's good. I like that.
I think this drive needs to end in a touchdown.
Oh yeah, you want to score the 8 first.
Yeah. And honestly, I'd rather them score a touchdown here and a touchdown next drive.
I would too. But
I just don't think they're going to get a chance to kick a field goal. I think they're going to need to add some points here. There we go. Running play.
right.
Frank's asks a good question. Who is the best running team right now? He thinks that is the biggest clue to who will get hot late. I mean, the Bears almost ran for 300 yards against the Eagles on Black Friday. Monange and DeAndre Swift are a pretty good duo there.
They're kind of Detroit light, oddly
Well, I
enough.
mean, yeah, Ben Johnson, shirtless Ben Johnson loves two running backs, loves to run the ball. I could definitely see that. I would have said the Ravens, but
So right now, the team that leads the league in rushing, and okay, so this one, I mean, it counts, but I still feel like they will abandon the run at the chance is Buffalo. James Cook, and of course, Josh Allen, but mainly James Cook. And then Chicago. Washington, oddly, is 3rd in yards rushing offensively. That's kind of an interesting stat. Now, of course, a lot of that's because Jaden Daniels has been hurt for so many weeks. Look at this.
touchdown Cowboys.
So you remember that time after that interception where I said Dallas would make it a game and then we'll get kicked in the nuts? This is our 5 minutes of a shot. We're going to have fun. And then Detroit's about to run 7 minutes off the clock and go score a touchdown.
Cheers to Flournoy with the touchdown.
All right, you got to go for 2 here.
Yeah. 25-30 is fine. 26-30 is fine. 27-30 is what you really need.
Yeah, Robinson sat thinking the safety was going to back him up, and the safety read the tight end and thought the corner was going to carry the wide receiver.
I always love when the corner and the safety argue about stuff like that.
Because
Because one of them is very wrong.
Yeah, Monday or for them Friday, they'll look at the film and be like, "Whoops!"
Yeah, no one's open. Damn it!
Until they weren't.
Is it a catch?
Yep.
Yes. 2 points. 27-30. A field goal game. Like I told
hate
you,
Dallas, so effing much, dude.
It's as Michael Irvin says, the come close.
They come close. I think that's what he said to a couple of the strippers one time.
That's false, and anything you say about scissors is false.
All right. Oh, yeah. I know statistically that the Colts aren't the number one, but Jonathan Taylor, when he's rolling now, the problem with them is Daniel Jones, the leg injury you can see. And it's not his throwing. He's just not moving as much. And I mean, that's the thing. The Giants got it for that 1 year when they made the playoffs. And for some reason, they went away from it. They got too much into we don't want our quarterback moving around. But that is what Daniel Jones does well. Dare I say he's a Josh Allen light? Like, he's never going to put up those stats, but if you let him run around and you let him make some plays, he'll do it. But with that leg, I could see Indianapolis missing the playoffs.
Yeah, because right now they got to play Jacksonville on Sunday. The next Sunday they have to go at Seattle. Then they host the 49ers, which I think they can win. That's a Monday night game. They host the Jaguars on the 28th of December, and then they go to Houston to close out the season. So I could definitely see them getting at least 1 or 2 wins there. So I think they can go into the Houston.
They'll win the division.
Well, there's no such thing as 500 unless they can get a tie.
No, I mean in the last remaining games. If they at least go 500, they'll probably win the division. I don't trust Jacksonville. I don't trust Houston. I don't trust anybody in the AFC South.
I think the Colts at least get to 10 wins, possibly 11. And that could be enough to win the division because
I'm just going to say this. In the AFC, don't be surprised if a lot of home teams in the first 2 rounds are getting beat because I love what the Patriots, I love what the Colts are doing. I love what Denver's doing. But give me the Bills if they have to go on the road. Give me even Lamar Jackson if he can get healthier and that defense just make 2 more stops a game. Now, again, Derrick Henry's been a little bit of a disappointment, but I still don't want to play him in Baltimore or Kansas City or Buffalo in 30 degrees, and you have to try to tackle him for 35 times. Of course, Buffalo will probably only run him 5 times because that's just kind of what they've been doing this year. I'll tell you a team. I don't trust their quarterback. Carolina's running game.
Chuba Hubbard came on this last game against the Rams in the upset. And I like that Canales.
Here we go.
Boy. Here we go.
I can honestly say I don't know every return man, but Kennedy must be pretty good because Dallas's kick off has been pretty solid on stopping returns, and he's had a couple of good ones tonight. All right, you can give up a field goal, you can't give up a touchdown.
Yeah.
I mean, technically you can. There's still enough time, but you really start to shorten that window if you give up a touchdown.
Yeah.
I mean, you really go ahead.
Because the mindset is, we could score a touchdown, but can we even stop them?
Exactly.
And right now, Gibbs has daylight. Tesla, St. Brown, they have daylight. Jameson Williams. So
I know they probably will score a touchdown here on this very next play. No, but one thing about it, though, as much as it feels like Dallas defensively, one touchdown was a 15-yard drive, and then the other touchdown was a short field. It wasn't like a 10-yard, but it was like at the 40. Detroit at times has drove the ball, but, I mean, we've seen this Dallas defense tonight, I think, play, all things considered, pretty solid.
I sort of agree. The 2 turnovers did lead to 14 points, so I'd wipe that out from the score.
Yeah.
2 of 7 on third down for the Lions, so that's good on the Cowboys.
They've gotten really good with their third down defense. Like they did that to the Chiefs and the Eagles in the second half. Now in the 1st half, the Eagles, they were terrible.
Yeah. Looking here. Yeah, yards, total yards, is about even, like 310, 320. Yeah, I mean, overall defense has been fine. Let's see. I know they'd be getting in the backfield. Goff has one sack. It was a key sack.
But he's been hit a bunch tonight, or at least
Eight,
pressured.
yeah, you're right. 8 quarterback hits. James Houston did get the only sack, and the pressure there, but completed. Goff is just too. Oh,
Holding.
penalty
It's holding.
on.
Detroit. Well, maybe
Nope.
not because
Goff is running
Yeah, he's
downfield.
running down. I thought it was holding on offensive line. Roughing the
It's-
quarterback. Oh, I didn't see that.
Well, the Cowboys were in the backfield, so I could definitely see that happening. But yeah, you and I didn't see that.
Okay, there's a hold right there. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. Earlier this game, Dak Prescott has a guy jump into his neck and head, and it's not called. And in this, they call with his hands to the face, which is, I'm fine with it. If that's the rule, that's the rule. But this is where it gets frustrating as a fan of every team because it happens both ways. Where why in the same game, the same guy makes two different calls on plays that one was rougher but not called, and one was still roughing but lesser, and it's called.
I want consistency with my officiating. If you're gonna call it one way, I might not agree, but okay, at least you're consistent.
You gotta. I know you're on the page, but Doug has this weird, and I know why he's played at Oklahoma, but Doug has this irrational hate for Baker Mayfield, and it's just so fun to watch because Doug will be so silent when Baker's good, but when Baker is bad, and Baker's great because he gives us both every year, multiple. Then Doug starts crowning and roostering about how bad Baker Mayfield is. Oh, Doug, what is your NFL team actually? Are you a Cowboy fan, a Texan fan, just watch NFL to watch? Inquiring minds want to know. Frank, did you order that code red? Did you order that code red?
Do you think the Lions end this drive with a touchdown?
I'm going field goal.
It's ending up being a high score game.
Oddly, with these two teams, it kind of hasn't, but it has.
Yeah.
I guess, yep, touchdown. You called
Touchdown.
it.
Yeah.
I guess, but you know what? This for Dallas, 7 minutes left. I'd rather them score right there and then instead of running 2 more minutes off the clock. I mean, you still legitimately have a very true chance to get back, to get back into this game. Now, again, can your defense make the stop? But can your offense score? We'll see. Oh, a Bears fan. Oh, that's right. I think I remember you saying that now.
Okay.
Dude, you went to law school in 1985? I'm kidding. God, that was the Bears. I mean, what's his name scoring the opening kickoff was awesome.
Devin
But
Hester. Yeah.
that game was so ugly because their defense was great, but the rain and everything. By the way, I know, never mind. Doug is going to say Devin Hester, he thinks Devin Hester probably belongs in the Hall of Fame. That's been one of my biggest. I don't think Devin Hester belongs in the Hall of Fame.
I'm okay with that as long
I'm
as you
okay
put
with it.
in the other special teams players that also should be in the Hall of Fame.
Exactly. And again, there's one player, oddly enough, that played for a Chicago franchise that I really, really, really don't think should be in the Hall of Fame, and that's Harold Baines. And that's simply because literally the deciding vote was his former manager. And I get you want to use the Veterans Committee for certain things, but that should have been one of those things that La Russa says, I abstain. I am not going to vote on this.
Yeah.
And I loved watching Devin Hester. In fact, I just about once every year and a half, usually right when football's about to start, I'll start watching all the great players highlight packages on YouTube, and he's fun to watch. I mean, he's one of the greats in return game. He's not objectively the greatest. So, like you said, if you're going to put him in, you got to go. If you just said Mongo, hey, I love McMichael. Rest in peace. Shot.
R.I.P. Yeah. Sip.
University of Texas legend.
Chicago Bear and ... Green Bay Packer legend Steve McMichael. You always forget that he finished his career with the Packers.
Yep. The one that I always forget is damn, the Big Eagle wide receiver from the 70s.
Carmichael.
He finished technically as a Cowboy,
Yeah.
and I respect him to the day when he said it never felt right putting on that helmet in that jersey. I respect that. Oh no! Again, not
No.
saying that Hester wasn't impactful. It's not about that year or that even that era. But my point is there, like you said, if you're putting him in, then Dante Hall needs to go in. I mean, he's literally called the human highlight or the human PlayStation. I mean, he did it too, and other guys did it as well. I want
White
all,
shoes.
huh?
White shoes.
Oh, and he also was a pretty darn good receiver too.
Mhm.
Like he made, he didn't just do returns. And I want, if you're going to put Hester in, okay, then open the door up for those other returners, and then I'm perfectly fine with it.
Then you put in Bill Bates, Steve Tasker, Matthew Slater, all the special teams aces. Oh, Doug has met him. Okay.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So Doug, who were you a fan of before law school? Because everybody has a childhood fan or like childhood team they rooted for.
While he answers that, Billy White Shoes Johnson finished with 4,200 receiving yards.
Oh
I mean,
wow. Okay.
yeah, and it's weird. His best year was randomly in 1985 with Atlanta when he had 62 catches, 830 yards, and 5 touchdowns. So the point is he was good on the field as a receiver enough too that when you then add in his return game and what he did there, he definitely should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, definitely agree. And like Doug said, special teams is a third of the game. You've seen teams like the classically, famously, infamously, the 2010 Chargers, who were they were top 10 offense, top 10 defense, but they were one of the worst special teams in league history. And they finished, I think, 9-7 or 8-8. They weren't terrible record wise, but it was enough to where they would miss the playoffs.
Well,
But it
yeah.
was one of the best teams.
I think they're the only team that's ever finished top 10 in both offense and defense and to miss the playoffs.
Yeah.
At least in the modern era.
But yeah, that just shows how important special teams is.
I will say this: I don't care how this game ends because it's a close game. Even if Detroit throws on a late trash touchdown, this game just still makes me go, damn it, Dallas! If you'd have just and I say the tie, but more importantly, beat Arizona. I mean, and I know the Panthers are 7-6, and I understand back then, especially the run defense, but beat either one of those games. And this loss sucks, but we're not, there's no emergency mode.
Or maybe teams like the Cowboys need that edge where every play matters, every game matters. See, Doug's saying the Oilers Titans. Oh, okay. Doug was the Oilers Titans fans. Okay.
Oh, Doug. You don't understand my hate for Jeff Fisher for what he did to Vince Young. Not only what he did to Vince Young, I'm fine if you don't think the guy's a starter. It really, Jeff Fisher and what was his name? The offensive coordinator, Cho. They were put in a tough spot by the owner because they both wanted a USC quarterback where they both had been coaches, and Jeff, of course, had played, and Carson Palmer fit what they did better. And yet the owner, being a Texan, wanted Vince Young. But in saying that, you freaking submarine his reputation by claiming he was trying to kill himself or possibly trying to kill himself when it was very well known that the dude left his phone. And you got to remember, this is 05 or 06, 07. I think it was 06 when this happened. This was when you didn't always bring your cell phone anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, I remember that. I don't need it. You didn't text really. That was still a couple years from really being a thing. I mean, you did, but you had to do the numbers on the text, and so you had to hit A1 3 times. But anyway, and instead of just being like, "Hey, I don't want him to start," he submarines his reputation. And then every time Vince Young played, they won. I mean, that's the thing. People forget that they won. with the Titans. And I really hate how they destroyed his career, dude.
Yeah, I think it was like Norman Chow
Norman
or
Chow. I couldn't remember the first
wait,
name.
let
I
me
think he
look at
died. He's a legendary
USC
coordinator, dude.
OC Chow. Yeah. Yeah, Norm Chow.
Norm Chow.
He's still alive.
Oh, is he?
He
Okay.
is that gets sacked. Okay. Now we're starting to give up. I see.
Again, the offensive line has given up sacks at the absolute worst time. The Detroit's offensive line has protected golf enough at the most key times. That's the
Yeah.
difference sometimes. Oh, great little twist right there by Hutchinson. That was pretty, man.
All right, let's see how they respond. If they get a touchdown, I could see the Lions struggling to.
Oh.
Okay, Flournoy.
Oh, dude, Flournoy is, I mean, this will be his second 100-yard game because I'm pretty sure he's at 100. And this, I think, will be his second 100-yard game of the year because he had that breakout game. Was it against Washington?
Oh, everybody broke out. I could check.
Now, you still can kick a field goal here.
Yeah,
And now you
Flournoy.
don't have to 8-3. You can just 7-3. You don't have, again, the touchdown sucked, but giving up the touchdown sucked. But it was better that they gave it up at the 7-minute mark instead of the Lions
Yeah.
driving. In fact, you could make the case, and again, you can't, I don't blame the player, but a smart football player falls down at the 2, and then you at least take 2 minutes off.
So the 100-yard game was against the Jets.
Jets.
9 catches, 114 yards.
That's what it was. That's right.
Yeah. 6'1", 200 pounds from Southeast Missouri, 26 years old. And sack. Oh, gained yards. A yard. Oh,
Oh, Hutchins coming out.
It's starting to get towards a little bit low there. Cowboys have all 3 timeouts.
Well, did you see that stat they put up? If the Cowboys can score by 319, probability says they'll get one more possession at least. Now, will that possession be after they give up a touchdown?
They can't give up. Yeah. If they score a touchdown here, then they can give up a field goal, but they cannot give up a touchdown.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't even know if you can give up a field goal just simply because of how much time it would probably take for the Lions to score that field goal.
But can the Cowboys defense stop the Lions at this point?
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. That's you either stop them or that you don't. I don't think at this point.
I mean, I watched the Packers defense do this so easily.
I guess I just haven't been impressed with the Packers defense this year, man. They're
I
very.
haven't been impressed with the Lions defense, but they played somewhat decently in this game.
No, you're right, Doug. Vince Young wasn't innocent in it, but I think a lot of Vince was reactionary to people that are supposed to be the adults in the room, the coaches, not supporting him, not making sure that the offense was built around him. And just not supporting him off the field. Again, the whole I was worried he was going to kill himself, and
why draft him that high?
Because the owner is a Texan.
Then work with it, or leave. If you don't agree, then just leave because you're just wasting your pick there. You're wasting your time.
Again, man, sometimes the owners step in at the worst times, and that's a terrible owner. I mean, not only I don't like what his anger with Houston. I get it.
Yeah,
Houston didn't want to build him a new stadium, but it wasn't because of the team. They didn't like him, and I will to this day the worst decision the NFL did was allow him to take the team, the history, the colors, all that, and move him over to Tennessee. That is in no way. We can talk about Art Modell all you want, but he did the right thing when he left Cleveland and left them their legacy back and didn't try to take it.
And then they ended up building a stadium.
Who, Cleveland?
No, well, I'm talking about Houston.
Well, both of them did. I mean,
Yeah, Tennessee, Houston or Cleveland ended up building a stadium too, and they're going to build another one pretty soon. Apparently,
and it's going to be indoor.
Which was all Chicago. They're going to have a retractable roof in their new stadium.
And I get it. Look, we can all talk on our couch on Sunday about how awesome it is to watch a snow day. But if you've ever been in a stadium when it's like cold, like back in, hang on real quick, I want to see what this is on 3rd and 3. Do you kick a field goal here if you don't get this first down?
Go for
I
it.
think you have to.
Just
All right,
go for it. Yeah.
The coldest I have ever been in a stadium is 1989. This was the next day, Texas Stadium toilets all froze against Green Bay.
Yep.
The day before, Odessa, Permian, and Marshall played in the playoffs. I was sick as a dog, and it was like 20 degrees. And it was not fun. It was not pleasant. It was not, oh, this is how football should be played. No, it was, damn it, why ain't the heater on? This sucks. So I get teams putting in, retractable roofs. But on TV, it's fun to see the snow games.
All right, let's see here. Big play. Throws, flags.
Man, I tell you what, the Lions might win this game, but lose, man. Their secondary is just getting destroyed tonight injury-wise.
Which is why I thought the Cowboys would feast.
And they have. Dude, the Cowboys offense has feasted tonight. They just haven't been able to finish drives. Where's Dak? You got stats pulled up?
Yeah. Let's see. Dak is 28 of 39 for 330. Touchdown and interception, 4 sacks.
Yeah. Again, that's feasting. If they finish 2 of these drives off, it's a different game. I mean, it's a completely different game.
I mean, 37 points by the Lions, but 14 of those are from touchdowns off of turnovers.
Wow.
4th down.
Look, I don't know if that's a good call, bad call, but this is just one of those nights. Any 50-50 call just as win against Dallas tonight. Yeah. And that happens. That's just the way football goes sometimes.
Go for it. If you have an injured secondary player, just go for it.
No. You kick a field goal.
I'd rather just no.
You got to kick. Let's see.
I'm tired of coming close. That's I want to just get blown. I want to get blown out, or I want to have a chance to actually win this game. Kicking a field goal, you might get
a bad call. No, you got to kick a field goal right here, Noe.
Okay, that's not a penalty. I agree with you.
You don't go. I mean, if you go for it and you score, great.
Logically, I agree with you.
Oh, okay.
I agree with you logically.
Okay. I got you now.
I'm just so frustrated. This is one of because we've seen this type of game. I'd rather just lose now or win the game. Get a touchdown.
I said that? I said he'll miss a kick because
this is the one. This is the one. Thank you. You put that into the atmosphere.
Yes, I did.
If you cause him to miss this field goal, what are you drinking now? Like where's your bottle at?
If I cause him to miss this field goal,
you are finishing it.
I am drinking diesel the whole show.
Okay. You probably shouldn't make that promise. Because I could definitely see him missing this kick right now.
Yeah, that's a bad call.
I wish the Cowboys went for it though.
Damn.
Logically, they should just kick the field goal, make it a 1-score game.
I'm just frustrated by that call. Again, the refs calls them to lose, but that's a call that just, man, you don't make that call. Like that just.
Oh, well. All right, BA. Let's see what
they ran a fake right here.
I'd be happy.
But hang on. All right, here's the issue with what you're saying, though. You weren't wanting them to score a touchdown. You were just wanting them to miss it so you can be, okay, it's over.
Yeah.
I don't get
or score a touchdown to make it a 3-point game and then score a touchdown the next drive.
I just don't get that. Like, I don't
because I want them to win. This is just making the score competitive. They have not done anything on the defensive side lately to make me feel that.
I agree with that, but the way you sometimes win games, especially if you're trailing, is you prolong the inevitable as long as you can until you change it. Now, let's see. Does Dallas do what they did in the first half in a drive when it looked like Detroit was about to really take control and they forced Detroit to go 3-and-out? I mean, and again, I don't feel like this defense has played that bad
Yeah.
considering who they're playing skill wise. I do feel like Clowney not being in the game. I feel like there's a two or at least a 1.5 sacks that's been left on the field because he gets to them a little bit quicker. The pass rush has slowed up a little bit in the second half, and that's a good adjustment by the Lions.
Yeah. Well, we're at the
Sometimes you just
commercial.
want the straight. I think maybe that's it. And you know my theory, and I'm not saying I don't get pissed when they lose. Nelly will tell you I'm the worst. If we're not hanging out and we're just texting, Cowboys give up a touchdown on the first drive. I'm like, this is the worst defense ever. Fire everybody. But these games don't live with me anymore. Like it sucks in the moment. 30 minutes later, I'm playing PlayStation, playing hockey, watching something on YouTube, and I'll watch them again next week.
Yeah.
All my teams have won championships. The Rangers were the last one for me that marked off they won a championship. Now, I mean, we can get into University of Texas basketball hasn't won a championship, but all my true hardcore teams, they've all won championships. So if my teams never win a championship again, I can at least say I was alive and experienced my team winning a championship.
That's good. I'm happy for you, buddy. I was gonna say, looking forward toward this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a good mix of good games and really bad games.
I was actually looking at the schedule and was almost texted you like, this
Oh, that's
is going to be
hilarious.
the worst week or best week or maybe week.
Well, because okay. So the Thursday night game right now, it's been a good game. Sunday
been a really
night, it's
fun
gonna
game,
be Houston at Kansas City. That's gonna be really good. And then
Great
Monday
game.
night, we already talked about Philadelphia at the LA Chargers.
Great game.
But then you get at noon games like Tennessee at Cleveland and Washington at Minnesota and Miami at the New York Jets. But then you also have Indianapolis at Jacksonville. And
There we go. That he has just
yeah.
killed Dallas with the run backs this year. Let me ask you something. I know I jokingly say this. You can't blame him 100%, but man, it feels like the worm is turning in the wrong way for Minnesota. With them making the bet on JJ and him not working, and Jefferson apparently starting to kind of be like, I don't like where I'm at now. This is a team, again, just like the Lions, that 2 years ago, and I said this going into the year, I still feel outside of the quarterback, they have one of the best overall rosters in the NFL. But because of that terrible quarterback decision, I kind of feel like Kevin O'Connell might be gone after next year.
It could happen. It wasn't his decision to draft McCarthy.
We
Did he
don't know
have?
that. He's been really big on JJ and everything. I think him, because he is, as you rightfully had said, has the reputation of this quarterback guy. I definitely think he was 100% on the decision. In fact, he might have been the deciding guy.
Was he 100% in on the decision after they made the choice, or did he have input in it? I think he should. Okay.
Do
Well,
you not?
I also think he did, but I just, as we were talking about it, I was thinking about it. Oh, maybe he didn't have a choice in the matter. Maybe the Lions were like, or the Vikings were like, okay, we want one of these 6 quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one that probably will be available at our pick. Let's just pick him, even though he never proved it in college at Michigan.
I can't even pretend to. That's the ball game. I can't even pretend to announce the general manager's name for the Vikings.
Like Kwesi. Yeah, it's
Adolfo
definitely West African.
Well, he was actually born in Cherry Hills, New Jersey. But there is no way that you have an offensive-minded coach who is a quarterback guy and he's not 1,000% in on the pick. There's no way.
Yeah.
Now, and to be fair to them, I don't even feel like hitting it. They didn't realize Darnold was going to go off. He was supposed to be a bridge quarterback. Hey, man, if he can get us to 8-8 or 9-8, and we are at the make the playoffs, we're happy. If not, we get a good draft pick. And he turned out to have a career year, and they were better, and then they in the playoffs. But what's this?
What's going on here?
What are they challenging? And that right there is the big thing.
They can't stop the over the middle throws. I'm not sure what's going on here. Was there a fumble?
No.
Okay, I'm not sure what they're challenging.
What are you? What's the point of what you're challenging?
There's a catch, big gain. Your
I'm sorry,
defense
I
can't.
wasn't listening. If anybody in the chat's listening, what were they challenging exactly? And by the way, kudos to the Lions for right there, even though they've ran the ball well, being aggressive. I hate teams when they have a lead, a one possession lead, and they just turtle. Because even when you run the ball well, unless you're just legendary at it, you're gonna not get a first down. And so I appreciate the play calling there by Dan Campbell. But yeah, hey, what did we talk about? Special teams. Kennedy on special teams has at least probably 150 yards and kick returns. He has been a
Yeah,
huge force tonight.
yeah. Tom Kennedy. Let me look here. 3 for 120, and then
120.
Jacob Sailors has 5 for 141.
That's over almost 300 yards of what you call hidden yards.
Yeah.
And Dallas has been pretty good this year. Again, I think this is just something the Lions must do well. And I will say that's one thing I like about Dan Campbell. I come off as I don't like him. I just think a lot of the aura around him gets a little overrated. But he understands that special teams is, in fact, a big part of
Oh,
the game.
caved that side.
Yeah, he did a
Caved
good
it.
job, man. Man, Revel is. Dude, I hope you don't lose confidence, my friend. You're going to be a really good corner in this league. You're never going to win against that when you have to play the offensive line like that. But I will say this again. I know this sounds goofy. You should have fell down. You literally just gave Dallas, even though it's a slim one, you still have given Dallas a chance. If you fall down, Dallas can't do anything. They have 2 timeouts and a 2-minute warning. You then run the clock down to like 50 seconds.
All that celebrating. 3-game winning streak.
Again, I never had this as a win, so I'm fine with this.
Well, let's look ahead. Because I don't see the Cowboys defense stopping the Lions at this point. So
we already did look ahead. They'll beat the Vikings next week. The Chargers, to me, is the biggest 50-50 game. And I know this sounds weird, the Giants. And the reason I say that is, A, the Giants have played better. And also, this is just a law of averages. Dallas has beat them so many times in a row. At some point, the bow breaks. Now, that also could be a game that means nothing, even if Dallas has won every other game. But that's the one game that I can see them losing that game, even if it's for a playoff spot, just because law of averages. Unless Jackson Dart breaks his head again.
And they might be playing for next.
Please, Dart we want Dart healthy. I don't want Jameis Winston throwing against this defense.
You'll be so conflicted. You might want to root for Winston.
No, I just mean he would probably torch him. I mean, he also might throw 3 pick sixes, but he's going to at least throw for 460. Biting kneecaps off. I like that.
So I can see the Cowboys actually winning 3 out of the next 4 after this week. Still not good enough to make the playoffs week. So 9-7-1 is what I think is the best shot for the Cowboys. All right, Cowboys take the kickoff. Crappy return.
Has not been good on the returns. Doug said UT had to fire Chris Beard, but he'll be the biggest what if in UT basketball history. I agree. The worst thing that happened after that was their surprise run with was it Rodney Terry, and then they kind of had to keep him. The biggest one to me was you hire a guy in Shaka that's all about pressure, 40 feet of hell, all that. And then he immediately gets to Texas and becomes like the most conservative basketball coach. And I know you can't really run that press anymore. Everybody's figured it out. Big men can handle the ball. The press worked.
Deep pass by Dak. I like the aggressiveness.
This feels like one of those games where Pickens just isn't engaged. And that is one of the knocks with him in Pittsburgh. You're not hearing it, but they talked about on one of those routes on a 3rd down and 8 where he just kind of he could have caught it, he didn't, but he kind of ran a lazy route. And I do feel like this is one of those games for whatever reason he's not feeling it. And every player goes through that. So Jamar Gibbs, the touchdown rate that he's getting is crazy, but let's also be fair. Barry was never a power back, and Gibbs is the perfect combination of he can be fast and he's a power back. Like he's a true one back. You don't need David Montgomery on the Lions. You just like to have him because hey, we have a second back.
Yeah, someone like Montgomery fit what Ben Johnson wanted to do. He wanted a thunder and lightning, a thumper, and Sonic. Like what was the Sonic the Hedgehog, and uh, it's just the yin and the yang. They complement each other. That's what Ben Johnson thrives on. That's why what he's doing in Chicago. As they're forming into shape, they have a solid offensive line with the additions of Dahlman and Joe Thuney to solidify the offensive line. Now, to complement DeAndre Swift, they got Kyle Monangai, Monangai,
Yeah,
Monangai,
I think it's Monangai.
and they're just going to run the ball, and Caleb Williams is going to get his manicure and throw about 250 yards a game and get to Roma Dunze for a touchdown. And they're gonna keep winning. I think they'll at least get to 12 wins.
See, you and I totally disagree. I think the Bears are set up forward, going well, but my God, they have won so many. How the hell did they win that game? That's the kind of stuff. Either they do become the cardiac kids, and it's not like they've been doing a lot of 2 minute, but they've just won games. You're like, what the hell? Again, Dallas. That either you run through that, like you say, you get to the playoffs, or at the end of the season, law of averages start catching up to you, and you start losing some of those games. And I'm telling you. And I'm not even saying this for Dallas. I'm saying everybody that's in the playoff hunt in the NFC, and I know Philadelphia's maybe in the process of collapsing, there's going to be at least one or two more teams that get closer to Dallas than what people think right now. That's why I don't like the whole next gen stats on things like that, because the next gen stats is only literally going on what's happened. And like the Eagles record is this, so that means they're going to do this. They don't have the input of, yeah, but the Eagles are also starting to fade. And can they fix that? And that's a real issue for them. And that's why I still think, even with this loss, I still think Dallas is playing for a playoff spot at the last game of the year. We don't like that history, to be fair. That's not been a good history for Dallas over the last 15 years. One game to win it all.
Yeah, especially 2011 to 2013, especially when the division's on the line.
What did they do?
It's like what you're saying. Like they're doing the hurry up offense. They're gonna maybe score a touchdown, make it a 1-score game
Hang on.
again.
Oh, they're saying he was short of the first down. I looked like he got it.
That means wasn't that 4th down?
Yeah. Well, they're reviewing it. They're reviewing it.
Oh boy.
Go to the highlight. I mean, I thought he got it.
That was like a first
That's
down.
a first
to me.
down.
Oh, they think it's was that knee down? It looks like it was down.
Yeah, but again, the official in the booth is saying it should be a first down from where he caught the ball. We'll see. That's one of those I don't know. Yeah.
So first down.
See, I don't like that rule. I do not like the bullshit rule of in the last 2 minutes, if there's a challenge, I mean, if there's a reversal of a call, there's an automatic 10-second runoff. Or you have to take a first down. That's not fair to the team that's behind just because the refs made a mistake. Why are you and I get the idea of, well, you're penalizing the other team. Well, okay, that's just how it works. I don't like that rule at all. Doug, will the Giants be playing Jameis or the concussion master? Yeah, Jackson Dart's got to grow up that way. I don't mean like he's immature, but on the football field. I get it, dude. You're young. You want to be a warrior, but you got to stop lowering your head on just needless, violent interactions with players.
Doug calls Jalen Hurts a game manager. And I'm like, there were times in prior years where I would disagree, but the last year, I really the last couple of years, they've really been using Hurts as just a game manager, which is shocking to me because they have AJ Brown, they have Devontae Smith, they have uh, the tight end.
Goddard.
Yeah, Dallas Goddard. They have talent around. Like, why?
Because
And I
he's
agree.
always been a game manager. He literally got replaced in college because he was a game manager in the middle of a national championship. Now, in saying that, what Jalen Hurts does is he's good in big games. You know who he reminds me of? A quarterback from Shreveport, Louisiana, 4-time Super Bowl champion, Terry Bradshaw,
Hmm?
who was basically a game manager, but in big games, except for that first Super Bowl, he was terrible in that. They just they were just so good defensively. But I mean, that's Jalen Hurts is a game manager who can come up with big games. His 2 Super Bowls both were statistically amazing. Again, I do think people don't. I've said this to you. If Dak Prescott or Tony Romo had the fumble he did in the Super Bowl, dear God, the memes would never stop about it. Get up, go, go, go,
And
go.
sack.
But yeah, I agree. I've always said I think Jalen Hurts and this idea that a game manager is a bad thing. You know, I think Parcells inadvertently started that because he said, you know, sometimes you just need a bus driver. And
Yeah.
he's right. Sometimes you don't need a guy to be able to go out and make superhuman plays. Just make your read, throw the ball when you need to. But obviously, 3 offensive coordinators now, outside of a couple Super Bowls, have decided that Jalen Hurts can't throw them consistently. That tells me he's a game manager.
I mean, Kyle Shanahan tried to just have a game manager with the 2019 49ers and 2021 49ers.
And the 2025 49ers.
I don't think Purdy's a game manager.
Oh, I think Purdy's the epitome of a game manager.
I don't know. I think Garoppolo is.
Oh,
but
my God. What an interception right there.
And that's.
I don't think Purdy is much better than Garoppolo.
I think he's much better than. I love Garoppolo. I love Garoppolo for a while, and I think he's still in the NFL. I think he's a backup for the Rams. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Rams.
Yeah. Jimmy G. Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo, football quarterback. He is still with the Rams. Oh, he's from Arlington Heights, Illinois. Nice.
That's a good interception. Boy, this is one of those where Dak's going to get 2 interceptions where he really didn't do anything wrong.
Which happens because a lot of his interceptions are that. Oh boy. Okay. Well, good job on the Lions.
All right, so here we go. Jimmy G, 17. I love that they do this. 17 game average. And of course, he had more seasons, so that can help or hurt. Yeah. He's thrown for 3,500 yards. Brock has thrown for 4,200 yards in a connected season. Touchdown wise, Jimmy G in that 17, 20 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. Brock, 28 touchdowns, 16 interceptions. Literally within striking range of each other. Brock Purdy's a solid quarterback. Does have good games, but Brock Purdy is not a guy that you're going to build a team around and go, this is the guy that will take us to the Super Bowl. That's why I still feel Shanahan, if last year wouldn't have happened with all the injuries, I think Shanahan and them would have been more willing to let go of Purdy. But last year they panicked because of the injuries, which is odd because Brock Purdy's basically been out. And by the way, what are this Niners record this year?
9-4.
And how many of those has he won?
3 or 4.
I mean, we've literally talked about Matt Jones is kind of pulling the Sam Darnold resurgence. Now, Matt Jones started to have some bad games at the end of his run, but still, you and I have said this. Kyle Shanahan's system is not built on a stud quarterback. That's why signing Purdy to that deal made no sense to me.
Yeah, I figured they would just go with random guys. Yeah, so Mac Jones has won 5 games for the 49ers. He's 5-3.
5-3.
And then Brock Purdy is, I guess, 4-1.
But Brock Purdy on the year so far has 9 touchdowns and 7 interceptions.
3 of them were in that game against the Panthers on Monday night.
The Panthers, you want to have they're a weird team. That's one of them. They dominate defensively in that game and yet still end up losing by, what was it, 20-8 or something, 20-9, 20-10, something like that. All right. Well,
It was 20. Yeah, 20-9.
What in?
What in
Oh, I
tarnations? Oh, because wasn't Chip Kelly the OC for the Raiders at one point?
yeah. Until he got dismissed, the highest paying OC in the NFL.
Sorry, Frank. You know what? I'm gonna take it easy on you, Doctor Frank. Sorry, Doctor Frank.
Chip Kelly is the weirdest dude because he's one of those guys that just sometimes his hubris is so much that he would rather submarine himself than do the right thing. It's like Kevin Costner in Tin Cup. Just lay up sometimes, buddy. You don't have to be super genius and all. And literally calling plays that's not in the playbook, man. That sounds like was it Dave Shula? Was it Dave or Mike? I always forget that was the 91 offensive coordinator. And you want to go watch that
David
Netflix?
Shula.
Yeah, David. You want to go watch that Netflix, but more importantly, go listen or read Jimmy Johnson's book when he's like, that's the only coaching hire I ever made because I felt pressured to, because Don Shula was kind of leaning on him, like give him a spot. And Emmitt Smith just absolutely on the field. I don't know about personally, but on the field, Emmitt Smith hates Shula because that was in that era when Emmett would have 120, 115, and then 5 carries for 25 yards, and it made no sense. It made no sense at all. All right,
Yeah.
I think we're done. All right, I'd love to know, what are we like? I think since we've been doing these, I think we're 5-2. I think this is only the second loss. The Bengals last year, that weird loss.
Yeah, I
I
have
feel like
not
there was
been. I
another.
have not been tracking it.
I think there was another loss in there somewhere as well. But anyway, we do appreciate everybody joining us. I love the late night sports rehab. You know what? We might have to just start doing a sports rehab show. Get all the sports, just put it live in the sports rehab group. I'm serious, because we have a lot of people in there, and just have them all come in and let's just do this and talk sports. Might even open it up where we put it on like a Teams where everybody can actually talk and we just talk sports. I think that'd be a fun night one night. But anyway, the Dallas Cowboys heroically go into Detroit, fall by bad officials. The NFL trying to screw the Cowboys. We all know that Jerry Jones will not win because the NFL will not allow him to. No. Again, I feel like this went like I thought it would. Now we'll see what they do for the Lions. A much needed win. Again, I don't think people realize how desperate the Lions might be in just because of where they're at with who they've lost to. But anyway, any other things you want to say?
No, we'll see how the final 4 games go for both teams. I think I could see the Cowboys going on a 3-win out of 4 stretch. Lions probably still need to win out. It's still hyper competitive in the NFC, so I'm looking forward to it. How about you?
I still think, again, and I agree with you, I do think Cowboys have to basically win out. I don't think you can lose one more game unless teams really, really collapse. But I do still think there are teams in the hunt and right above it that will regress back to the middle more as the season goes along. It's amazing to me that we're in the high school region finals tonight, and then we're already past the third quarter gate of the NFL. We got college playoffs. This has been one of the fastest seasons in my recent memory.
You got 2 more weeks left, man.
Well, I mean, I got till the Super Bowl. We do.
Well, I mean, like high school, like that's gonna be the big because people don't know how much work you and Grant put into it.
We don't really do anything. We just show up to the studio, roll out of bed.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I actually am rolling out of bed like right before it gets to the studio. All right, that's gonna do it. We do appreciate everybody. Had a blast. Thanks for joining us on the chat. And until next time, he's intern Noah the Pro. I'm Terry the host. We will be back. Let's do another. Okay, the next 2 weeks probably won't be able to do a live show on Monday, but I'll try to figure it out if we can. I got to see what I got to do for the high school side.
Yeah, just let me know. I'll be available.
All right, brother. Talk to everybody next time right here on Out Drink the Coverage. Now let me end the stream.